Secretariat.
Ons het water in die...
Secretariat. There's no none.
Soos ek en jy, né?
Ja, sit ons dan. En mens vir die meeting bespan was tot 10 uur gestel was met 10 uur. Secretariat. What's my
Gaan ons lang wees. Maar die klas het nooit.
Is there anyone from Secretariat? I'm just worried. It's 2 minutes past 9. There's no chairperson. And there's only 3 members. So in terms of the rules, one can allow 20 minutes maximum. Then this meeting is not constitutionally valid.
18 minutes to go. Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues. If we may settle down, please, in the interest of time. Thank you, colleagues, and welcome to today's MPEC meeting. I can see that we have the quorum that we've been waiting for. I'd like to welcome everyone who's participating in today's process, virtually or otherwise. And the meeting is officially opened. We will then begin our meeting with the prayer or meditation. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go through the application of leave of absence.
Thanks a lot, Chair. We have later advance from the ANC caucus of Khotso Tsela Little Madonzel. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The DA caucus.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson, and good morning. We have a late arrival of Alderman Sutton.
Thank you. We will then entertain the apologies or leave of absence. There is an apology from the MSO, and then the apology from the group head from Office of the Chief Whip, and then that's about it in terms of what we have. However, the policy of the city still applies, so any other person that is not here and supposed to be here is still having an opportunity to follow through with the policy of the city on the leave of absence, whether being a councillor or an official of the city. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are good to go. All right. Thank you again. Colleagues, we are going to adjourn the meeting for about 20 minutes so that we can sort out certain matters that the committee members would have raised prior to me, prior to the meeting commencing. So we will be back at about 9:45. Thank you very much.
Mic test.
Thank you, colleagues. If we may settle down, please. Yeah. No, thank you very much, colleagues. And I think we'd like to take a moment to thank the committee members and the officials that are forming part of today's meeting for the opportunity to caucus so that we can find a way forward on the matters that are before us in the most progressive way to address them. So, colleagues, we have before us an agenda, and then we also got the consolidated index that then would take you through the running of today's program. We have made some few changes, then we'll work through them with the committee members so that everyone is aware on how we're going to move going forward. We're going to proceed with the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. The minutes were loaded on SharePoint and they're hereby tabled before you. This is the ordinary ordinary committee minutes. Is there anyone with any input or corrections on the minutes? Okay, yes, recommended. Thank you. Then we've got matters arising from the minutes of the committee. Is there anybody with any inputs there? Thank you very much, colleagues. No matters arising. And then we've got the standing matters. Part 5. Okay, any comments, colleagues? They were loaded separately on SharePoint and they are attached together with the process plan. Right, thank you. As recommended? Yes, thank you. So we'll move to part 6 of the agenda, a report. Before we enter, okay, so let's say we'll entertain report number 1 first, and then we will then give you a way forward on everything else. So report 1 is the process plan and the outstanding report. It's a similar exercise that we've just done on part 5. But for the sanity of everyone, we're just following the consolidated index as it is. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. So we are now going to delve into the reports. And I think there is a matter of concern that we wanted to raise as a committee. And I think we would like to just inform the officials that we know how this thing works. We know that the officials will generally have reports, sit on them for some time, and then in the latter part of the term of the committee, you will have officials start to bring a myriad of reports for speedy processing. Reports that are not loaded on time, understanding that councillors do have constraints. And also the agenda that is action-packed as it is now, with about 40 reports to be processed in one single sitting of MPEC. Because of the reports that have been delayed for long and been put in abeyance just at the tail end of the committee's lifespan. We are aware of that, and we are going to approach matters differently, because we understand and appreciate the risk that you are putting this committee in, and we will not fall for that trap, because we know that everything that is being done, we are being buried in documents and reports, so that we, one, don't have enough time to process the reports. Number two, that we just have is a tail end of the financial year, so we can just quickly approve matters for the sake of the financial year targets and so on. So we are not going to fall for that trap. As the collective of this committee, we've agreed that we are not going to process all the Section 32 reports. And all the Section 32 reports are going to be processed in the next meeting. That is going to be determined. And the next meeting will be on the 21st. We are hoping the CM, the Office of the CAE, and Group Human Capital will be available on the 21st. I would like to check availability of those three departments. The venue will be the Office of the Speaker's boardroom. The officials will ensure the booking thereof on the West Wing. It is correct to just go to the West Wing, not the East Wing, even by post. So while they are checking their diaries, the resolution without wasting too much of your time, because there's no need for us to engage on that decision. But we are going to have a redacted meeting, CM, just to focus on the 11 reports that are Section 32. We also appreciate that they may not necessarily be ready for loading for April, but at least we would have taken them off our to-do list as a committee. And even if they're loaded in May, we are fine. But we are going to work on them next week, Tuesday. The three departments, I only see two here, and I did not receive apologies from GAR. But nevertheless, CM, if you may indulge us on the availability thereof of your office, because we are cognizant that Wednesday is Mexico, so there may be a bit of a clash there. So that's why we chose Tuesday as a most suitable date. It's a redacted meeting. All the other officials are not required to form part of that meeting because it's an in-committee meeting. Okay, the Office of the City Manager does indicate availability. Group Human Capital indicated availability is indicated thereof. CM, we don't know where is JR because they can't answer now. You'll get them to form part. Thank you very much. All right. And the second issue, and I think the committee members will come in as and when they need to come in, was that on the second supplement, the initial second supplementary agenda, there was report number 1, or it was report number 32 actually. And that report was from the MPEC, and is a third quarter performance report for the period January 2026 to March 2026. And the committee is concerned that a report has been withdrawn. without following procedure. And moreover, what then would happen is that the officials are overreaching and they are taking the decisions that are supposed to be taken by the committee on the basis that they do not like the recommendations on the report itself. Now, we have a fundamental problem on the legality of the withdrawal of a report that would have been produced by a office of MPEC on behalf of MPEC committee. And also to try and change the recommendations that would have been suggested to the committee. Because in this committee, even if you do not agree with the recommendations that exist, or there are questions, or you want to engage, we've fairly given everyone an opportunity to influence the committee, meaning that they answer in their defense if something is not correctly done in your view, or if you have a different view as an official that is responsible. But in this case, a report has been put trying to hold accountable the office of the Speaker, and the office of the Speaker decided to withdraw the report, which in our view is a violation of the existing statute as it may. So I don't know if committee members would have anything to put there or comment on the matter, because there were questions around that issue of the report that was withdrawn without it being or it being withdrawn without it coming before the committee for commentary or for engagements. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Matlo, then Tsepo, and then Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, it's Action SA Caucus really were concerned about these violations. And really, I don't know what to do, but if officials are going to take the law into their own hands.
So, Mr. Matlo, we are struggling to hear you. My apologies.
Yeah, I was raising my concern about this withdrawal of reports and procedural. I think it's a bad precedent, really, and then I think should be really stopped if there are officials concerned about those withdrawal of reports that were really meant for the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Matlo. And then Tsepo, Councillor Tsepo.
Chairperson, I'm also concerned with who's running MPEC. Now I'm really concerned because now we are having 40 reports here, and we will have reports that come to MPEC, never come back. And now I'm starting to understand why. And I think we need to review how we do things as MPEC, the oversight, MPEC itself, its autonomy, its right of existence. I think now we're having a challenge. We can be micromanaged on when and how to deal with certain things, and that's not. I thought these things, Chairperson, all this time that we have more control over them. But if somebody can decide to just withdraw a report, then we're having problems here. It's like we don't exist, bro. And now I'm having a problem because we're relying on your administration of these things. And if somebody can just come in and just withdraw a report before you even see it, then I don't know how many times. Maybe we need a supplemental report of an investigation over what is happening with our reports to say that how many has this thing happened before, how many times has it happened, and how do we make sure that it never happens again? Because we can't have that every time when we have people, we are waiting for reports, we're calling for reports don't come. Can somebody be able to say that there will be reloaded and now have the power, the system is supposed to be able to withdraw them without anybody not noticing, and then it's a challenge. Maybe we're lucky this time around. And I'm saying that, Chairperson, that report must have, and recommendations are our recommendations. Those are just suggestions, actually, to MPEG. To say, MPEG, we're giving you just guidelines. We can ignore all of them and put in our own recommendation. Recommendations are our recommendation. We recommend to council. This committee, no one else. Administration don't recommend. They are not supposed to interfere in any way with our work. They can advise us, show us legislation, show us advice us. By the end of the day, we have the right to be wrong, can send wrong recommendation. It will be us deciding, will account for decisions that we make. But nobody can make decisions in our behalf, and it can be business as usual. You cannot withdraw them on basis of recommendations. Those recommendations could have been fixed by this committee, in this committee, to say that, no, we see this recommendation is illegal. Maybe some of us will be able to pick it up and say, no, this one has to be changed, and this is how it has to be done properly. But, Chairperson, I don't know, we need to work on the time frame of getting that report back because of, we are micromanaged and I don't like it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tsepo, Councillor Mayor, and then we'll come to you, Councillor Municipal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the previous speakers have mostly covered what I wanted to say as well. But once an item is put on an agenda on SharePoint, it's there. You can't remove it. Nobody has the right to remove it. That item must serve here. If we as impact are not happy with the item, we refer it back. It's not up to the officials to just remove something. We've seen that report, and at least we know there is such a report and we'll come back here. But I just want to emphasize, officials can't just remove items from the system. We are aware of this, and we want to see it to come back and see if anything has been hidden or whatever, because I'm getting very suspicious now when reports get withdrawn. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. And Councillor Munisipal.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. Now, let me first want to confirm with your Secretariat. The report that they are referring to is the one, item 32, if I'm not mistaken, the one that deals with the Municipal Public Accounts third quarter performance report for the period January 2026 to March 2026. Is the same report?
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how it was withdrawn because I'm still having it here. I'm having the report here, and we downloaded it. I think it was Wednesday. So I'm confused when I'm being told that unless maybe they replaced it with another one. But we downloaded this from the SharePoint on Wednesday, and we are still having it in our gadgets here. Perhaps they need to clarify as to which report are they referring to. I'm sitting in front of it, and we are prepared to go ahead with the report, including the content and those recommendations. Because, secondly, I think we exist within the rules and orders of council, meaning that there is a section in that rules and orders that guide as to how the report can be withdrawn. And if those rules were violated, I think this Office of Speaker need to then be afforded the opportunity to tell us as to how did they arrive to that position. Because if they are not hiding anything, the report need to be sent here, then they can withdraw or recommend that the report be withdrawn in this meeting, not in corridors. So, Chairperson, from our point of view, please allow them the opportunity to clarify this within the context of our rules and orders as to why it was being withdrawn, if it was. because we are confused. I'm having it here, so that we can take them further in terms of other suggestions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think it will be prudent that the Office of the Speaker must take us through the relevant legislation that they would have relied on to withdraw an MPEC report. Because even the chair of chairs only has the power to withdraw the reports that are from the committee to council. But also that's upon consultation. It's not like the chair of chairs just going like, I don't like the report from roads. That report of roads must now be withdrawn. You would have to come and say, we've picked up these problems with the report. Can we fix the problems through either amending the recommendation, or if the problems are so fundamental, can we withdraw the problems, or the report is loaded erroneously, and so on and so on. But we don't allow interference. The Speaker has got absolutely no legislative power to withdraw the report of the committee. The chair of chair, and I'm saying this because I don't want to get the same answers. And if anyone is going to tell us, take us to the Structures Act and tell us which powers did you use as an official to withdraw the report to MPEC without the approval of MPEC itself as a committee. So we need that, and take it from there, because we need to conclude. We don't want to be stuck here with this matter, because if the matter is not dealt with correctly, we are going to have to recommend that steps be taken against officials that are doing such. It's purely undermining understanding of the committee, but the opportunity is yours, Office of the Speaker. Please, and unfortunately the MSO is not here, so you are here. As the Office of the Speaker, the GSO want to comment, or the CM wants to comment afterwards, no problem. But we want to know what empowered you, what legislation empowered you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. The report in discussion, it is about the oversight performance of the MPEC committee, third quarter performance. The process is when the reports are generated by the researcher of the committee, then they are submitted to their supervisors, and they're discussed in the team with the director responsible for the section, and the report is then forwarded to the acting divisional head who's sitting next to me, and eventually the report will come to the group head, which is myself. I read the report. I read the recommendations of the report. One of the recommendations in the report indicates that the group head in the Office of the Speaker should be held accountable for failing to fill in positions in the Office of the Speaker. And this report, it comes to my desk. I'm supposed to be the author of the report. Then immediately, I called the team, we discussed. Then I indicated my concerns, my discomfort, that I cannot write a report and make recommendations to the committee to say the city manager of City of Tshwane must hold me accountable and implement disciplinary actions for not filling positions in the Office of the Speaker. Then immediately, I consulted with the Speaker of Council, the Chair of Chair, and the Chairperson of MPEC Committee. The chairperson of the MPEC committee was the one that was available on Friday, I think it was the 10th of April. We held a meeting. The chairperson of the committee was online, and the meeting was scheduled for 11 o'clock on Friday, and eventually the chairperson of the committee indicated that he won't be able to be available at 11. The meeting then was scheduled for 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, I was not available for that meeting. Then the meeting took place at 2 o'clock. The team at the office of the speaker, they were part of the meeting. In the meeting, the team expressed that legislatively, we cannot have the group head as the author of the report holding herself accountable, recommending to the city manager to implement disciplinary action against her. It was indicated that let's discuss the report and put recommendations that are progressive, that are helpful, that help the committee and the office to progress effectively. Then it was recommended in that meeting that we will seek legal opinion. My colleague who's sitting next to me, Queen Mashamaite, she's Legal Services, Office of the Speaker, and supporting MPEC Committee. She provided legal opinion, and she submitted her report on Tuesday with the annexures. We seek audience with the chairperson of the MPEC Committee. Unfortunately, the chair was not available, and eventually we seeked audience with the Speaker of Council and the Chair of Chair to say the report cannot go to the committee as it is. We are not saying we're withdrawing the report, but if the group head office of the Speaker is the author of the report, then at least let she have, an input in terms of the recommendations that are going to the committee, because the chair of MPEC indicated that it is his report. Then the Speaker of Council, as well as the Chair of Chair, they requested an audience with the Chair of MPEC so that we can all discuss this report. Unfortunately, that meeting did not take place because the Chair of MPEC was not available. Subsequently, the report did not come to this committee because the recommendations were not aligning with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996, the Principles of Cooperative Governance and Intergovernmental Relations, Section 41, subsection 1C outlines all spheres of government and the organs of the state within each sphere must provide effective, transparent, accountable, and coherent government for the Republic as a whole. Then we look at, I'm going through the legislative prescripts that was quoted in the legal opinion provided from the Legal Services Office of the Speaker. The Municipal Systems Act of 2000, Section 55, subsection 1E reads as follows, that municipal managers as head of administration, the municipal manager of the municipality is subject to the policy directions of the municipal council, responsible for the appointment of staff other than those referred to in Section 56A, subject to the Employment Equity Act 55 of 1998. Schedule 2, Code of Conduct of Municipal Staff Members of Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. Section 2.2, A staff member of the municipality must at all times loyal, execute the lawful policies of the municipal council, perform the functions of the office in good faith, diligently, honestly, and in a transparent manner. Act in such a way that the spirit and objects of Section 50 are promoted. Act in the best interest of the municipality and in such a way that the credibility and integrity of the municipality are not compromised. And act impartially and treat all people, including other staff members, equally without favor or prejudice. Loyally execute the lawful policies of the municipal council. A staff establishment, a municipal manager within policy framework determined by municipal council and subject to any applicable legislation must approve a staff establishment of the municipality, provide the job description for each post of the staff on the staff establishment, attach to those posts the remuneration and other conditions of service as may be determined in accordance with applicable labor legislation, and establish a process or mechanism of regulatory evaluate the staff establishment and, if necessary, review the staff establishment and the remuneration conditions of service. There is a case law that is quoted. It's a long case law, which in summary, it indicates that the appointment of staff, it is the responsibility of the accounting officer, and the reason Office of the Speaker, there was a moratorium for filling of positions. I've explained this to the chairperson of the committee. We were busy with the restructuring, and before we finalized the restructuring of the Office of the Speaker, which was last restructured in 2019, we had to conduct the benchmarking. We conducted the benchmarking exercise with City of Ekurhuleni and City of eThekwini. And as I'm reporting now, the structure that is reviewed was submitted at Group Human Capital.
Yeah, Group Head, you know, I try to be very patient with you. And I'm sure my colleagues are raising the same matter. We are not dealing with the semantics of the body of the report. The issue we asked you to comment on is why did you withdraw a report and which legislative powers do you have to withdraw the report? What you are doing now is what you should be doing if the report was before us. Meaning that you allow the report to come to us. When you get here, you say, I'm innocent. These recommendations that you want to push, they are actually violating this and that, and here is the case law. But what you did, you actually sabotaged the report. You withdrew the report. You've actually committed a misconduct now, trying to save yourself, but there was a correct way of saving yourself, which is to allow the report to come before us. We are people that are willing to be engaged. You say to us, I am not responsible, and here is the legislative prescripts that proves that I'm not responsible. So you have actually committed a misconduct by trying to save yourself. We are not sitting here and we act on the basis of emotions. You load the report. When you get an opportunity to take us through the report, you can say, I have evidence or whatever that you have, or you submit to us that here is the legal opinion that states 1, 2, 3. But we are saying to you that the manner in which you acted, it is unbecoming. And that is where the misconduct lies. Doesn't matter whether your reasons are valid or not, but you've done a misconduct from where we're sitting. And what you've done, it is wrong because it violates the Act, Structures Act. Now, in short, you are saying that the CM is the one that must be held accountable. But you should have brought the report and tell us that the CM is the one who's supposed to be held accountable. Simple as that. And then the misrepresentation, Councillor Tsepo will come in now, that the meeting that you are not part of resolved that the matter will be put into abeyance. It never resolved that. The meeting that you were not part of and I was chairing have resolved that the report will be loaded as it is, and then you will also load the legal opinion as a form of annexures so that you can come and then councillors can have access to it so that you can defend your case. If you say the matter is different, then the committee will change the recommendation so that it can achieve whatever it wants to achieve by holding the correct person accountable if needs be. The third matter, by saying the chair was not available, I can guarantee you, you cannot prove that you've once sent the chair a meeting request, either on WhatsApp or on email. And I have clarified that to you. If you call the chair and the chair is in a meeting, you should be able to text the chair and say, Chair, there is such and such a matter. Are you available on the 5th at this particular date? You failed to do that because your phone was not answered once to say the chair was not available. The chair has been available to address your matters. So those are semantics that should not delay us. But we'll take a hand. There was Councillor Mabusela and then Councillor Tsepo. We'll start with Councillor Tsepo, then come to Councillor Mabusela, and then Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Simfek. And then we'll close the matter shortly after because we have a bit on our table. But we just wanted to know the legislative power that you use to withdraw the report, because we are afraid we are setting a bad precedent that if you don't like the recommendations, you will withdraw a report on the basis that you don't like the recommendations. That's our fundamental problem with your conduct in relation to a report that is against you, and then you want to lobby on the passages for its withdrawal. That is unbecoming of you. It means you will never be held accountable as a group head on the basis that you are the accounting officer of that department or office as it may. So everything that holds you accountable, now you must sabotage it. Because even the CM, we know the report here that says the CM must recover or institute disciplinary hearing from the CM. So you are saying because you are supposed to be the author of the report and so on, then you can't be held accountable on those bases. Because it says Judith Noduleka on top, and then at the bottom it says let's hold Judith Noduleka accountable as the group head. We're saying that is wrong. That's a wrong approach that you would have applied on the matter. Because it means now you are the law unto yourself. So, Councillor Tsepo?
Chairperson, what we have heard, to be honest, as the ANC caucus is very disturbing. It is quite disturbing that there's a pre-impact before impact. It means that we must just close. It means that I should never, ever trust any report that comes here. If it follows that process, I will have to assist us, guys. MPEC reports directly to council. And when you ask for reports, if there's somebody who can filter, you know, I want Mrika or I want the Moringa tree. When I give me the Moringa peel, I do not ask for the Moringa tree peel. I ask for the tree. I want the leaves themselves, original. You say, no, the peel is the same as the leaves. I want the tree. But what you are doing to us, it shows that you, whether the report is not perfect or what, is for us to decide when it comes here. If it comes from roads and transport, it should not be filtered by somebody. We ask a vote from the author to be roads and transport. And somebody along the way changes the report of roads and transport and filters it and say, MPEC must not read this way. If there's vulgar in the report, we want to read the vulgar. And we'll hold whoever wrote the vulgar accountable. Don't say, no, he was not supposed to put it like this. Say, for the sake of MPEC report, I'm changing it. bring it as raw as it is, and we'll do our own judgment of what's happening. But with the process, it's like somebody reads the report, decide it's not good for MPEC's eyes. I will decide I'm keeping the report. We are changing the recommendations. No. That's not how it works. We want the report from the author coming here. And if there's anything to defend, must be defended in here. I'm questioning the process here. And if that's the process, then even this meeting is not supposed to sit. All those reports must go back and be done correctly. We want the raw report from the, and when the group heads of the department say, when we discuss the report, should say, this is the report that I've submitted, without any filter, without any edit. And that's what the problem is. And ma'am, you are discussing the content of the report that is withdrawn. And that's what the challenge is. The report is not yet tabled, but we are discussing the content and the semantics of the report and what is happening. And we're not supposed to be discussing that. I sympathize with you. Maybe you're supposed to be put aside to say this report, you were come out for home. The deputy handle it, maybe. It should have been like that. But I'm saying also the process that you have outlined, no. We cannot work like that as MPEC. It should be reviewed, it should be changed, and we need to say the reports directly coming from, all you should need to do is just load. This thing of reviewing our reports and what. If it comes to a department, your process should be taking the report and loading it and discussing it here. And that's how it should be. But this thing of really filtering it, Mamman reads it, Prof reads it, and goes to Mamman reads it, they change our reports, they do what, then we don't get. That's why we're always fighting over the quality of reports. And the departments are always saying, this is not exactly how I wrote it. And that's what the problem is. And that's what we need to review. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Mabusela, and then Councillor Mayor, followed by Councillor Senfe. Thank you. In that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You covered me, even my colleague at the back covered me. But what we are dealing with here is a conflict of interest. It's a case of conflict of interest. You are a referee and a player at the same time. You decide which kind of report must go to MPEC with what kind of recommendations. And we, as members here, we apply our mind. If you brought the report with this kind of recommendation, I'm sitting in front of the recommendation. In fact, I will read it to you because I said that she misinterpreted them. You bring the report here, you state your case, you convince us, we change the recommendation if need be. That is the process. Now you say no, you consulted a legal. Same thing in your back doors. You consulted a legal within your department. On which direction? Because this is not your report. We should have maybe recommended that no. Because there are conflicts, MPEC recommend that this be referred to legal for advice. That should be our recommendation, Mama Lulek. That should be our recommendation. And I think you misinterpreted them. Let me read the recommendations here. There are 4 of them. The first one says that the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPEC, adopt this report and further recommend its approval by council. Recommendation number 2, I think, is the one that we are speaking about and we are afraid of, is that the accounting officer effectively enforce the following legislation, which has been contravened by the office of the Speaker, which repeatedly failed to implement 3 previous council resolutions regarding the filling of vacant post of MPEC. Are you office of Speaker? Yourself alone? No. So why are you scared of this? There is nothing implicating you here. The third recommendation says that the office of Speaker should temporarily appoint staff members in acting position of the 2 MPEC vacant positions indicated below, effectively from the 1st of May 2026. The financial management consultant and the senior performance consultant. The last recommendation is that the council should consider referring flawed forensic reports to Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for review. And this one we totally agree. So, you just preempted the outcome. You just preempted the outcome, Mr. Mamaluleka, because even if we have resolved that the accounting officer effectively enforced the legislation, that was within his powers. You can then come and say, no, I effected the legislations and I'm saying I put corrective measures. Then we go and we move on. That was within the CM's powers. It doesn't say we must be disciplined. He can come to CM and say, no, I investigated and this is the report. I didn't find any guilt or wrong. Then you preempt because we don't know what's happening there. Maybe you are shielding the shenanigans that we don't know. But with this protective powers that we don't know where they come from, I think, Chairperson, the report must be reloaded. I'm having the report here. It doesn't matter, you then take it out. Unfortunately, it was late. We had already downloaded it. Bring the report back. Let's engage on the recommendations and the content of the report, and let's see how we can then be able to deal with the recommendation as you are concerned. We are not here to punish people, but let's just respect the segregations of responsibilities. You quoted the corporate governance. It also includes us as MPEC, that as officials, you are not allowed to tamper with the reports. That goes to council or any Section 79 committees. So let's just respect us, respect each other. In that manner, let's apply the rules, legislations, and the rules and orders are clear in terms of this. I'm not sure about the section, but in terms of withdrawal, they are clear. In council, the assembly report must be withdrawn by the executive mayor. Even here, I think that legislation it guide as to how the report must be withdrawn. So from your side, Mama Lulek, the commitment that I'm looking is as to when are we going to get the report as it is, without any corrections. That is the answer that we are looking for. Let it be loaded. There are not going to be chances of removing some of the recommendations because I had already downloaded it. Just commit, date, time, and we are ready to proceed as such. In fact, we should, even if we have time, Chairperson, maybe adjourn for 8 minutes and that report be reloaded again. And we go through it and we process it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mayor.
Chairperson, my worry is this, that if we allow this to happen, we are setting precedents. And in actual fact, when you look at the purpose of MPAC, it would be undermining MPAC and Section 79 as its entirety, which will then in effect undermine council itself, because council is the highest decision-making body, and we are a committee of council, similar to others. And I do have it on good authority. This is not the first time that a report that has to be served at MPAC was withdrawn. It happened before. And to use legal services that report to you, because my understanding is the legal services that we use reports to the same person that are allegedly implicated. In accordance with ethics, when you look at ethics, one has to withdraw yourself whenever you are implicated. You need to withdraw yourself from the situation up until the point where you have been in the clear. So what should have happened, if you find your name in a report, you cannot ask the one that's reporting to you for legal advice. Obviously, one would think to yourself, I must report to my senior about my senior. Am I going to lose my job if I tell the truth? Obviously, that's what you were thinking. So now it even brings whatever you reported into question. Is that valid? Is it reliable information? Is it information that is accurate and according to legislation? It creates a ripple effect that is concerning. And when these things are allowed and we just oversee it, I'm sure the Auditor General and the general public will start questioning impact. Are impact really doing what they are supposed to do? If this had to be a council meeting, what would the argument be? I'm sure political parties would make a lot of noise, because they have in the past made a lot of noise. When the mayor or even the chair of chairs, when there was a report loaded and it was withdrawn, it was made clear it's up to council to decide. In this instance, it's up to impact to decide. It was loaded, it was part of the agenda. Now you even changed the agenda. It's a ripple effect. It creates chaos. It creates question marks. And then it creates the question, but will there now be accountability for whatever has happened, what transpired? And I think all officials, if you are implicated into a report, don't use your powers to withdraw the reports. Because now you're making us suspicious. We weren't suspicious. And it undermines our authority as a committee and our role. So, Chairperson, I think that indeed your office has to look into this matter as a serious matter. That this does not happen in the future.
No, thank you, Councillor Mayor. Councillor Somplain.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I share the same sentiments that all colleagues have said, Chair. So what's happening is a clear interference of the functions of MPAC, and it's important that all officials concerned be held accountable. Chair, I propose that we lodge a formal complaint coupled with a request of an investigation. The investigation should focus on the following, Chair. On all officials involved to determine whether they acted in line with Schedule 2 of the Municipal System Act. The investigation should determine if the actions of the officials are lawful and in the best interest of the city / the committee. I think what's important to form part of that investigation, Chair, is the response that was given in this meeting. I think that response is very important. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Because the matter, I will say it's not before us, where someone have overstretched and overreached, decided to make, to abuse their powers. The MPAC office will act on the matter administratively to write to the powers that be that the matter be investigated, because in our view it's a serious misconduct and abuse of power on the part of the group head. And then we'll then follow through with that, but we can't pass a recommendation now. But if we allow such matters to slide, then tomorrow we're going to find ourselves in deep trouble as a municipality. And we don't want to be asked these questions tomorrow and come across as if we did not do sufficient work to arrest such matters. So we needed to put this on record so that it is minuted and recorded. And then the public and the powers that be can take cognizance of it. So, colleagues, without wasting too much of your time, because I think from if we are fine here we're going to move on from this subject. Okay, Councillor Semfeng, last bite. Maybe
Chair,
because of time.
I think it's very important to put a time frame on this matter. I think we should agree on when this investigation needs to be concluded, because I think going forward, it's going to impact on how we view all reports coming forth, because now it highlights clearly the disturbing beginning stages of reports that are coming to impact. So the quicker we deal with that, the better we can move.
Yeah, so the report, MPEG is resolving that the report should be loaded in the next committee meeting, isn't it? Not the meeting with the CM. So the meeting with the CM is specifically to deal with in-committee reports. Or is there a different view, colleagues? Do you want to club it together? I think that's okay, because now, we need it in an ordinary MPEG meeting. As it is, any attempt to change the reports will lead into someone being charged for fraudulent or tampering of the reports, as it may. Two is that I believe the GH is a Section 56 manager, and if not, it's not. Okay. Then we shall proceed. We shall proceed with us taking the steps beyond the issue of the report. We shall take the steps beyond that, and then recommend what we recommend and put the grievance of the committee before the accounting officer and the powers that be for further processing. But I think in terms of our report, we are demanding it. And I know Councillor Mabusela was being a bit more diplomatic and democratic, but we demand our report as it is. We will take into cognizance any argument, whether it's legal opinion and whatever the issue is. But the point is, you will also, you can come and plead your case before the committee. We've always been a committee that asks the officials and the accounting officers departmentally and otherwise to account for whatever that they believe the committee should look into before they resolve into recommendations. Councillor Tsepo, in the interest of time.
Chairperson, we've just engaged amongst each other to say that for procedural, we'll do a calling off report on the process that is followed to bring to positive impact, so that when that report comes, we have those reports so that we can deal with this matter, not recommend anything without getting the full information, so that it serves in impact, and then we deal with it, and then we comment on how we want things to be done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Well, nothing to recommend. I think we are fine with the deliberations, colleagues. Colleagues, we will now draw your attention to report number 2 from Roads and Transport Department, the report on registration of servitude portion over 370 and portion 395 of the Vonnerbom 302 JR for Addis River in properties. The report is found on page 34 to 39 with recommendations on page 39. Deliberations, comments, Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Randall. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No.
That's the first and last round. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just questions. I'm not sure whether we are still applying the previous principle of 5 minutes. That we are given 5 minutes to ask questions.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Chair, thanks for the opportunity. I want to ask the following question in relation to the report. The report served before us and then it came back again. But the first question is that what is the total financial cost of this delay? And has the city incurred any penalties, additional legal fees, or any cost on the compensation paid in 2016 due to the 10-year delay? Are there any third parties claiming damages? That is the first question. The second question is in relation to who was responsible for the original error in the property description. Was it the department, group legal, or external consultant? Those are my two questions. My colleague will then take over.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue?
Well, yeah, there were quite few though.
Okay.
It's not too much. So, yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add on to what Councillor Mabusela had to say, and my concern was also the timeline with this, the correction of the two property descriptions. I mean, we look at March 2014, the mayoral committee approved the expropriation of the servitudes, and then we go to 2021, and then in 2025, authorization for rectification of the property description was eventually given. Now, if you know Ms. Rosella Dingle from the then Sinovich group, that was one of the core stakeholders here, and you talk to her, the sad state of affairs is that more than 50% of the initial developers withdrawn from this development. So what would have been a potential 84,000 job creator on a 12 billion rand investment has now suddenly dropped to almost less than half of this. And that's the sad part for me personally. So what I wanted to know is just two questions. There's an abbreviation used, TECO, TECO. I don't know what it stands for. If I can get clarity on that. And then the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency was involved here by assisting us with the EIA for the investors. They were assisting us with the building of the K14 Alpes River Bridge. And similar to the question in terms of legal penalty fees, etc., what is the status of the support from the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency in this project? And the last one, what was the amount for the compensation for the expropriation? Nowhere in this report I could pick up an amount for the compensation given. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Responses, please. Someone from Rhodes, here? Is there anybody from Rhodes?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Maybe the first question that relates to the cost. I just need to reflect that the total cost of expropriation for this particular urban was 3.2 million. It involves a total of 23 L that were identified for this particular purpose. And in terms of the original error, I just need to reflect that the error was actually as a result of the description that we got from the CTGO web data system, which actually referred to this particular urban as portion 370 of vulnerable instead of holding 5. And that was the main reason why when this information was submitted to the DIS office, it was discovered that there was actually a wrong description of the property. In terms of the timelines, yes, I admit that it took longer than anticipated for this particular registration of properties to take place. And as a result, mainly it was due to the fact that in the year 2019-2020, we were actually dealing with the capitalization. I think that term of taking is mainly dealing with a process where we are technically capitalizing a property or an asset into the fixed asset register of the city. And that is the term that we normally use. In terms of withdrawal of developers, Chair, we are in constant interaction with Rainbow Junction developers. We are actually working with them in this particular development, and we have actually implemented phase 1, where the city contributed in the region of about 50 million, and therefore the developer had an obligation to develop some of the development that they had identified. But in terms of why those were not implemented, it has never came to our attention that it was as a result of this, because really this was identified for, was required to build the dams along the Upper River. So in terms of the construction, yes, the Department of Roads and Transport at provincial level has actually undertaken and committed to build K14 as part of this particular development. And we were working with, for example, with Ms. Daniel in relation to signing the service agreement for phase 2 development, which need to take place. So really, in terms of the role that the department plays when dealing with a project of this nature, is that once it has been approved, the process is that it gets referred to legal for legal to process the actual registration of servitude, and in these instances, really the issue was the wrong description of the property, which actually made the city not to be able to register this particular area. In total, 22 of the areas were registered, and we have tackled it. Is this one that we are referring to, which we have now developed another report to do the actual correction, because even the 2025, September 2025 report was actually, the description was again incorrect. Hence, we had to redo a report that talks to the actual, which we have now got it right, which is holding 5 of holding from agricultural holding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Right. As recommended. As recommended. Thank you. How's Councillor Estagabi? You are not sure. Thank you very much, colleagues. Report number 3 is from Group Financial Service Department. First quarter municipal property rate valuation report for 25-26 financial year. The report is found on page 40 to page 53 with recommendations on page 53. The report is now before you. Okay. Councillor Watlow, Councillor Randall, and then Councillor Mabusela. In that order, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, mine is a clarity-seeking question, especially in terms of these evaluated assets, especially the mining category, the number of mines and the total value of that category. I just want to know how the value, because there's a market value put onto the category in that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you so much, Chair. What I wanted to know, in this report, there was mention made of the availability of a complete voters roll. Now, I was struggling. I never could get hold of it except for one complete voters roll in the mid-city here in town. And on page 49, it also said the notice and the full valuation roll was also published on the website. Which I also couldn't at the time find. If we can maybe, all that I had available to check my valuation is put in my address, get my valuation. I couldn't even compare it to the rest of the suburb, for instance. So maybe going forward, I think we lack transparency and we owe it to the residents for them to be able to see the complete voters roll. And then secondly, Chair, the non-permitted use, it's page 42. There's a lot of variations, and I would just like to know what is the impact on revenue potentially if we do not address this properly. And then lastly, in terms of objections, what is the current status of objections still being processed? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabusela.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Quick, three questions. The first one is, what is the revenue impact of the new valuation hall? Because the report provides that the total market value of, is it 891 billion? Yes, and tariffs as well, but does not calculate the expected total revenue rates. And the second one is in relation to what is the status of the valuation appeals board? When will the 53 appeals be heard, if they were not heard? That the city have dedicated legal team to defend its valuations. And the last one, Chair, is in relation to what is the quality assurance process for the valuation role internally, especially who internally audit the valuations, submissions? What is the, or is it automated? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, is there anybody from the department? Finance?
Chair, we have, my name is Ntali Singh, the acting CFO. So we have our municipal valuer who will take you through the questions that have been posed by the councillors. Can I just also respond to the revenue that is expected on the property rates? It's around 11.1 billion. And I'll hand over to our divisional head for group property to just property rates to take us through the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting CFO. I am going to respond to the question that was raised by the councillor indicating that on the valuation roll she could only see her own property. I just wanted to indicate that in line with the POPIA, we did it that way, that if that an individual could only see their own valuation, and we had indicated also that if you want a copy of the full valuation roll, there was a process that needed to be followed where you apply and you pay the relevant fee, and then you can access the valuation roll. And I will pause there and allow the municipal valuer to respond to the other questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through you. In terms of the mining properties, there's 23 currently categorized, and the total market value is 114,500,000. In terms of the notice on the website, everything was published on the website for the valuation. Because of PIA, we cannot access or make everything public. It is also a requirement from COPTA that only property owners can see their own information, and we also have to redact property owners' names from the valuation rolls. The rolls were available at all the centres electronically as well, so that was supplied to all the centres that was advertised in the notice. In terms of the objections, all the objections have subsequently been finalised as at the end of December. The Valuation Appeal Board, they are an independent body. They are appointed by the MEC, local government. They have commenced with appeal hearings on the 2nd of March. We have, in total, to date, 387 appeals and 1,400 Section 52 reviews. They have commenced with 52 reviews. During March, they finalized 300 of them. The appeal hearings have commenced now in April, The numbers will be reported in the report for the end of April. Thank you. Under quality insurance, it is done internally. We also report to internal audit as well if there are questions raised. We subsequently do engage, but all the valuers are registered with the Council of Valuers, and everything is done audited, as well as the valuation system has an audit trail to ensure there are approval levels, as well as an audit trail as to who does what onto the system. So that does happen. Oh, I did mention the appeal board, that they are appointed by the MEC and they have commenced sittings. They are appointed for a term of 4 years, so they will be with the city for the duration of any appeals and also for subsequent appeals relating to supplementary valuation rolls that will be published during the validity of the current valuation roll. Okay.
I will then respond to the impact of non-permitted use on revenue. I just want to indicate to the councillor that the impact will depend on what is being done on the property. For example, if I have a house that is designated as residential one, and I decide that I'm going to turn that house into a commune, for example, what I am doing is that I am going to require more from the city's infrastructure in that when I submitted the approval to the city, I said it's going to be a residential unit. Now I'm adding more people. What that means is that I'm increasing the foot count on the city's roads. I am increasing the amount of water usage and electricity usage without having applied to the city so that they can determine the bulk related charges that I should pay before I construct that building. So, and then the property rate also, because the city will be billing my property in terms of the approved use, which would be residential. The minute I turn it into a commune, then the CTE will be losing the property rate had I applied to the city and requested that they change the use of that property. So that would be the revenue implication, but then it depends on what is being done on that particular property. Thanks.
Right. Well,
can I maybe just
Councillor,
clarify my exact,
Okay.
maybe can I just rephrase? I
That's
know
okay.
exactly that. Thank you so much for the answer. Here's my actual question. What is the impact, or what would support you in terms of collecting more money? Because I'm sure we can collect a lot of more money. We as councillors on the ground, we see the illegal buildings, we see the backyard dwellings, we see the businesses. What are we going to do to improve? Because this is a very strong revenue generator. But who's strengthening your hands so that we can get more revenue on this category?
Yeah, maybe before you answer, Councillor Mayor, because I'm not taking another round after your response in the interest of time. Councillor Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just want to clarify on page 44, the multi-use properties. I don't know if it's a typo error or whatever. There's 733 of them, and they're valued at only 27,204 rand. Maybe they can explain just what they mean by multiple-use properties. According to me, that would be mixed land use development, which could be mixed use of residential, business, etc. It's a very low average market value. Then I'm just concerned about the municipal property that we own, which is stated here as 27,000. I believe we've seen reports before that the property owned, or the municipality owns actually more than about 45,000 properties. So I don't know where this discrepancy comes in, whether we can confirm that these municipal properties are the actual 27 that we're referring to here in this report. And then, yes, I just want to add on to what actually Councillor Randall said as well. The preferential rates that are being applied. I don't think we get the money in that we're supposed to get in. And then there was just the last one, was also under municipal property owned. We've picked up several properties that are registered still in the name of the city of Tshwane, but I believe it was in a report that served before council before that we had to rectify the ownership of a property in Refilwe, where it actually was proven that it doesn't belong to council, but it does belong to the owner who bought it from the previous council, which was in Cullinan. I don't know what the exact name is now. So I assume there are a lot of other properties in Refilwe as well, specifically, which are not owned by the municipality, but which are owned by private owners. And obviously, we can get more rates and taxes or more income on those properties as well. If I can just get clarification on that. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Stop.
All right. Responses, please.
Thank you. With regards to the issue of non-permitted use and the illegal buildings, finance implement what city planning or spatial planning direct. The process of identifying illegal land uses starts there. Once they have done the investigations and they have issued the notices and they're still non-compliant, they then send us a memo to advise us to levy the non-permitted use. So once that process is completed, then we comply with what spatial planning requires of us. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. All right. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the multiple use property, those are properties that are used for more than one purpose, and the rating and the valuations are then split according to the use. And it's not 27,000, that's the number, it's 90 million, the total market value of those properties. In terms of the municipal properties, they are also public infrastructure, public service purposes, even though they are in the name of the municipality. So it is split across the various categories as well. It's not totally municipal. There's also commercial and residential properties belonging to the city, which is then valued according to the use. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Well, sometimes you may not be happy with the responses, but it is what it is. I don't think we're going to get any better answers as it may. So, we have an opportunity to sponsor any recommendation if you want to, or we pass the report in the interest of time. As recommended? Thank you. Right, we'll go to report number 4. It's from the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department on Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, Section 52G, Quarter 2 report on Section 72 mid-year budget and performance assessment report on the implementation of service delivery budget implementation plan SDBIP. The report is found on page 54 to page 735 with recommendations on page 73. The report is hereby tabled. Comments, questions? Councillor Obisela?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just to get a sense here, I'm not sure it is the list of underperformance then of department in terms of their KPAs or KPIs. But the question is that we cannot just take cognizance. We need to know exactly what are the consequences if they are there. That there is a list of underperformance which affect service delivery. Chair, maybe if we can get a response as to what are the consequences or corrective measures. Consequences, they don't just have to be punitive. Corrective measures in ensuring that those underperformance departments are aligned and are motivated to perform. The other issue is in relation to is it page 93, the vacancy rate. We have a vacancy rate of almost 40%, if I'm not mistaken, in the city. And I'm not sure whether there is a plan to fill those vacancies so that we can optimize the performance of the institution. We were fighting recently, Chair, about the vacancy here in MPEC, and we are told that there is a moratorium. So I just wanted to check if that moratorium is still applicable or not. If it's still applicable, it will be until when. There is a persistent issue in relation to two critical matters: the electricity losses and water losses. Maybe we can get a response as to going forward, as how are they going to attend to them, because they affect also the audit, but also affect the revenue. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Any response from? Is there anyone from City Strategy or anyone who can respond? Okay. You can begin. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Just in the space of the vacancies, the Council is asking about a plan that we have since instituted from an institutional perspective. I can indeed confirm, Councillor Mausa, that there's a plan that we have since put in place, and our plan is two-pronged. I mean, it's firstly focusing on infrastructure department just to fast-track the filling of vacancies, just to ensure that there is a direct, or we realize a direct impact in terms of service delivery. So that plan is there, of course, within the limited fiscus that we are exposed to as an institution. So that's the first point. And secondly, from other line departments, we are also, putting more concerted effort to also fast-track support services position that has got an impact in terms of assisting service delivery departments to perform in terms of capacitation. So indeed, a plan is there. Our vacancy rate is also not essentially scientific, and by that I want to qualify it on the following basis: that if you look at our staff establishment, I mean, we've got vacant positions that have been there for a long passage of time. Some of them have been there for 10 years. So in addressing the vacancy rate, just to give a true reflection of where we at from an institutional perspective, we are also undertaking a process to rationalize our staff establishment. So there are those processes that we are scientifically managing that seeks to, among others, address the issue of capacitation and address this misrepresentation that we are seeing in terms of our vacancy rate. Thanks, Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be responding on behalf of the MSO because the group head for CSOP is on leave. On the issue of corrective actions, as highlighted by the Councillor, the group head GSCM has already indicated on the capacity what are the things that the city is doing. The second corrective action that is taking place is automation of some of the processes where possible, so that it can prevent some of human errors that have impact on the productivity of different departments. Thirdly is also the capacitation and maybe also training of different committees on BEC and BAC matters, because some of the issues that led to that is as a result of SCM challenges, which the GFS department is working on. And on electricity and water losses, I'm going to allow the acting group head Diani for water department and group head Lugwareni to respond to the issues of electricity and water losses. Thank you very much.
Please proceed. It seems that the personnel from water and sanitation is not here. Oh, okay. Is this good? Okay. You may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, from water and sanitation side, we are aware of our water losses, and we've put in place measures to reduce them. Our water losses have went up to, I think currently I was at 41%, and we're trying to reduce them to at least by 27% by the end of this financial year. We have put measures in place like smart pressure regulating valves, and as we speak, we have also changing the water meters. As you know that if water meters are older than 10 to 15 years, depending on the make of the meter, they tend to underread and so forth. So we're also installing water meters in areas that didn't have water meters, just to cover the unaccounted water losses. For example, where there were no meters like areas like Amasgraal, as we speak now, we're busy in Oldenburg Bosch for installing meters where there were prepaid water meters which were no longer functional, so that we can be able to measure our water usage. I think I should end there, Chair, but yeah, I don't know if I'm responding well to the report.
No, thank you for the response, but we'll be making a mistake as a committee if we allow the matter to go on without registering the concerns of the committee and the general public. The vacancy rates in different departments are too high. And this is completely unacceptable. We have a lot of young people, graduates that should be employed by the city as the state that should anchor deployment and should be the employer of choice. We should, as a committee, look into charging the officials that would not be filling the vacancies, the funded vacancies in the city of Tshwane, and start to do something about it, because it is completely unacceptable. I believe that we should start taking steps against such officials. We were dealing with a case earlier on posts that were funded in the office of the Speaker, which is where we started, and ultimately becomes unfunded. And socially, the social impact of us not providing jobs is that it leads to, these graduates and young people resorting to drugs and crime. And also, we cannot become a city that cannot carry out its functions. If you check the AG report on the two departments, water and electricity, we are losing a lot. And part of why we are losing is because the vacancy rates are showing you that they are the biggest contributor to part of the losses on water and electricity. But we we need personnel on the ground who can assist the city so that the officials that are there are also not overly stretched. We need to do something about it. And then as people are sitting there, city manager, and discussing in your budget steering committee, you should be coming up with the ideas to say, how do we increase the funding to go to vacancy filling? There's many employees of the city equally that are suspended, that form part and parcel of the burden that we are facing as a city. So we should create employment. The state must become the anchor employer on the basis that it is supposed to fulfill the social justice and social good of the general public. And nothing gives you more dignity than having a job that is reliable. So we need to encourage all the departments of the municipality here in Tshwane to go in and work on getting those targets filled in relation to vacancies. It is critical that we do that. It is critical that as we do it in a fair manner, because equally there is a feel that and accusations of corruption in those departments when you fill up those vacancies. So we are advising you now to go in and ensure that if there is any vacancies that are still unfilled or that are not yet capacitated or have not yet been filled and they are funded, we only have something like 3 months now before the budget gets taken away. So we should be able to go in there and do, especially for the funded vacancies. It is critical. And I think we should be taking steps. If there is proof that vacancies were funded and then for some reason or the other, different departments did not fill those vacancies. But other than that, we are fine. Let us make sure that our people do have access to jobs. And that's all that we can plead for as a committee. Thank you.
Okay. Chairman, I'd like to add.
Yes.
Okay, to add on that, is that yes, there is a drive, as you have seen on the also the job opportunities that we advertise. We are advertising all the funded and filled positions first as a first batch, to also to give up the business unit. As you can see, we recently advertised from general worker, plumbers, you name it. Yeah, so even deputy directors and directors, those positions which will make it difficult for the department to operate. Especially for example, the director position, we just had many people were acting as directors, and now we're making them permanent. But we are also cascading it down to even general workers. You see on the job advertisements, we are doing that. And also the project we are employing, and I know it's not permanent, but in every project that we're running, we ensure that we employ locals. But it will be good to have permanent people. We are also pushing down or reducing the use of or relying on contracted services. So, for example, backfilling, you want to resource it, and then we'll employ more people. I'll just give an example. Let me pause there, Chair.
Yeah, that last part, contracted services must reduce, whether it's cleaners or security guards or any other waste collection and so on. Those are critical parts of the municipality. Deliverables that you don't need, it's not a rocket science department. You just have to have people who can pick up the waste. So we need to start charging people if they are not willing to come on board. But thank you very much, and hopefully you are able to fill up those vacancies. Then we reduce it so that when the AG comes, and next time they don't come and or it doesn't come with the same complaint that they've been coming with over a number of years as it may. Thank you very much. As recommended, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go to report number 5, and it's from Group Financial Service Department, Creditors Age Analysis as at the 31st of December 2025 for the city. The report is on 736 to 742 with recommendations on 742. Comments? Yes, Councillor Randall, then Councillor Mayor. No, Councillor Randall, Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Mato, and then Councillor Mayor. My apology.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick one.
And welcome, Councillor Peter. My apology. Sure.
Last month's report, I asked that the payment be split for SMMEs and normal vendors, because SMMEs, they say in the report, getting paid within 15 days and normal vendors 30 days. So, and they do not give us a split. So I cannot see what is happening between the two payments on 14 days and 30 days, and it's still not rectified. Or my request is still not being adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mato.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yeah, mine there is a concern about this risk of TRIPEX project. The procurement and SCM's delays. It's a serious risk affecting about 30% of the TRIPEX project. You know, there's a lot of delays. SCM awaiting BEC approval, awaiting BAC approval, awaiting appointment letter. There's a risk of delays affecting all these projects. I don't know how the department really is going to try to improve, because you can't affect projects by just delays, not other technical issues. This risk can be mitigated, Chairperson, but the department can elaborate further on that risk. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Peter, Mayor.
Thanks, Chairperson. Mine is just actually an administrative matter. We see we've got this report 5. That's the age analysis as at 31 December. Then we see report 10, age analysis at 31 July. That one should be report 5, and then this one should be report 6, and then report 11 should please be report 7. Let's have them in order, in chronological order. Makes just more sense, and then we can deal with them much quicker as well. Because we can see then the progress that's being made, if there's any progress made or degress or whatever. But can the Secretary just take note of that? When they compile the agenda, do it logically, please. Reports that are the same just for different time periods, but let them follow in chronological order if they can. Makes it life easier for us as well to make comparisons between the different time periods. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, any responses?
Chair, I was going to request, Chair, that we deal with these reports maybe all at once, because most of the reports have been overtaken by events. So the reports that the councillors are looking at is the report, the creditors' report for 31st of December 2025. And in the agenda, the secondary, I think, supplementary, we are sitting with a report which provides the latest creditors' balances, which is for February. So you have a December report, which is item number 5, then the July 2025, which is item number 10, and then item number 11, which is the 31st of January. So with your permission, Chair, maybe we can deal with item number 34, which then will give councillors the latest information on the creditors' balances.
So there is a proposal here, members of the committee, that we club page, what's called report 10, report 11, and report 34. And then the department is able to then answer. I think it will assist us. Councillor Esther?
Chairperson, I think the suggestion from the official website it's relevant. We can cluster them and come and address them.
Okay, so how
They
do
are
we
from
do
finance,
it?
most of them.
Do you wanna pass these reports, and then after that we stop at that one? But we process them. I call them on record, because you see the challenge is that the minutes needs to reflect.
Oh, okay.
Correctly, because they are individual items.
Okay.
Okay. As recommended? Yes. Then we are going to report number 10. Please follow, colleagues. Please follow, colleagues, so that we don't make a mistake. Report number 10 is from Group Financial Service Department, Creditors Age Analysis as of 31st of July 2025 for the city, as recommended. Report number 11, it's from the Group Financial Service Department, Creditors Age Analysis as at 31st of January 2026 for the city, as recommended. Thank you. We'll go to report number 34. That is now second supplementary agenda. Then the second supplementary agenda, we have the report from Group Financial Services Department, and is a credit age analysis report as at 28th of February 2026 for the city. The report is found on page 22 to page 28 with recommendations on page 28. Right, the report is hereby tabled. Do you have further questions before we give the department to answer? Okay, same questions, ma'am, and the department may then respond conclusively to some of the questions that would have been raised on the different other reports. Thank you. Acting CFO, we are on report number 34.
Chair, I was waiting for the questions on that report. But on the two questions that we...
Yes, we are dealing with the same questions, but then we are conclusively answering them based on report number 34, because it's the latest one. So similar questions, you don't have to repeat yourself, but where you believe that you still want to make a point, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, so the first question was regarding the structure and the format of the report, which talks to us splitting our creditors and reflect what the SMME creditors will come to. So we take note of that. We will correct it for the next report to provide that detail. And then the second question, Chair, that the councillor asked was to do with the CAPEX report, was not to do with this particular report, Chair. So this will be in the following CAPEX report.
Thank you. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. We'll revert back to the chronology of the reports. We are at report number 6 now. Report number 6 is from Group Financial Service Department, and is a bulk service for ESCOM and Water Boards monthly report for year 2025-2026. The report is found on page 743 to page 749, with recommendations on page 749.
Check. With your permission.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I also make a suggestion?
Okay.
on this particular report, you have item 6, and then you have item 16. Item 16 provides the latest ESCOM and rainwater figures for January report. And then you've got item 33, which is the February numbers. My suggestion will be similar to the creditors report, that perhaps we take the committee through the item number 33, because that will give the committee the latest numbers.
That's okay. In the same spirit as recommended. Right. And then item 16 is a report from Group Financial Service Department, Bulk Services, ESCOM and Water Boards, monthly reports, 25-26 financial year, page 907 to 913, as recommended. Thank you. We then move to to report number 33. It's from Group Financial Service Department. It's Bulk Services, ESCOM and Water Board monthly report for year 25 and 26 financial year. The report is found on page 14 to 21 with recommendations on page 21. Is there any questions here? Inputs? As recommended? Thank you, colleagues. All right. We're going to item 7 on your consolidated agenda. This is from Office of the City Manager Department status on the resolution of the issued material irregularity findings as of February 2026. The report is found on page 750 to page 757 with recommendations on page 757. Inputs, questions, Councillor Randall? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's just on one of the material irregularities for the 23-24 financial year, customers not being billed for services rendered, with specific focus on water and sanitation, that has outstanding water and sanitation properties to attend to and ensure that billing is accurate. And the department has committed to provide the status update monthly until the completion of the planned actions. Can we maybe get an indication of what are we actually looking at, what exactly looking at? And if we can maybe then also in future get some more detail in terms of the current status of this material irregularity, and what is the figures that we're looking at here? Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon once more, Chairperson. That specific MI, we are indeed reporting monthly as requested. We are even preparing the other one now for the reporting of April, and there is a big improvement as of today. I'm trying to look at the recent one that we will be submitting. We are now left with 527 properties that are not yet resolved, but they have already done the assessment to check what are the challenges in those specific properties. We are making a huge progress. That's all what I can report as of today. By the 30th of June, we will be done with clearing that specific MI. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, as recommended. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to report number 8 is from the Group Financial Service Department, flagging system and its effectiveness in ensuring the contracts about to expire are dealt with in a timeless manner, and in doing so reduces deviations and potential irregular expenditure. The report is found on page 758 to page 761 with recommendations on page 761. Questions, comments? Right, Councillor Tsepo, then Councillor Randa.
Chairperson, this is a real thorn of a project that expires. And if I remember in MPEC, we used to have this quarterly reports or monthly reports on that, and it stopped suddenly. Where we would track as MPEC, we once were given that leverage, and even part of the MPEC amendment that we did was to fix this, because the Auditor General has placed it, not the Auditor General, the new legislation has placed it upon us to be able to really reduce this thing. So I hear that there's something that will be implemented, but my concern is that what's happening now? What systems is in place right now? What is happening today? Is there a tender that has expired that will be irregular? And what's happening now? And that's my concern now. What has been happening? Is there a system that really we can have confidence of? It solves 80% of our problems. It might not be 100%, but at least let's have comfort as MPEC that there's something happening, and we're really doing a lot to try to deal with this. I see that that's a futuristic. AI is here, and it's more accurate. We appreciate that. But in the interim, what's happening? Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you so much. I've got a few questions on this report, as we called for this report as impact. The first thing that I wanted to ask more clarity on is that the current system of contract management is decentralized to departments. So, but they haven't told us who receives these mails and who is ultimately then accountable in that specific department when it gets sent to the department. So I need to know who's accountable and who received these mails that's being sent to the department. Further along the report, we note that it's currently being kept or previously been kept manually by way of spreadsheets. That's maybe why we get contracts that expire without, following due processes in time. So what I wanted to know is which departments are currently where the Ariba system, or let me rephrase, for which departments has the Ariba system been rolled out at the moment? Because it was said there, mentioned implementation of online tendering and contract management on Ariba was planned for the third quarter of the current financial year. Now that's the quarter that we are in now, if I'm not mistaken, or just ended in end of March. Can we get confirmation that this is indeed done? So it will then substitute my previous question on who's the departments that is currently using Ariba and who not. So for this comment here, it should be all departments by the end of March, if we can get confirmation. Then I'm very glad and I'm thankful for the fact that Supply Chain Management has now requested for the establishment of a dedicated contract management directorate, and I hope we will see some information and some input from them going forward. Maybe, also terms of reference in terms of what will the responsibility be in terms of overseeing the contract life cycle management, the renewals and performance monitoring. Lastly, Chair, I just wanted to know if audits are done regularly to identify risks and hotspots for specific areas and types of contracts. So is there a comprehensive risk assessment framework for the assessment and categorization of risks associated with different types of contracts? Thank you so much.
So I think from me is that to check, is the department saying that this matter is done manually and there is no electronic and automated system for this issue of the flagging system? You may proceed to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in terms of the Ariba, where we are at the moment, is that supply chain is using the system, Ariba, which has been implemented. Mostly procurement above 30,000 and procurement below 750,000 is taking place in the system, and then open tenders above 750,000. The work is still in progress to move that into the system. Chair, just to respond on the system, so items such as your SLA are signed electronically, which is one of those items that we had issues around audit findings. In terms of flagging of expired contracts, currently there is configuration that still needs to take place on the system, and that config will be live by end of May. But currently, the system is still manual. We're still using manual spreadsheet. You will notice that on the supply chain monthly reports that are prepared, those reports do highlight 6 months ahead to say, in the next 6 months, these are the contracts that will be expiring. So those are then distributed to the cost center owners, the project managers, as well as the group heads. So different departments will know when their contracts will expire ahead of time, so that they can start the process of putting in new tenders. So that's basically where we are at the moment. But Chair, by end of May, once the config is done, the flagging will happen on the system, meaning that it will pop out on the system for those that have access to Ariba, that is using the system to say your contract is expiring by this particular time. Chair, in terms of the risk framework, I must indicate that from a risk point of view, in dealing with issues such as irregular expenditure, and which is the major component of the UIFW, there are a number of processes that we are following. So there are different committees through the Circular 113, through the MCAM process, but most importantly is that the Office of the City Manager has also introduced a checklist, meaning that projects or tenders that go through the bid allocation committee, they must be certified to say, from a checklist point of view, to say the following documents are attached, and each and every chairperson of the bid evaluation committee needs to certify that all the documentation are there. So that particular checklist will assist us in terms of limiting the extent in which we find ourselves in a findings that have already been raised by the AG. And Chair, we also have meetings, Chair, regularly with internal audit, because they need to go back and audit the tenders that have already been awarded, Chair, to make sure that we are able to, in a case where there are irregularities, we are able to make sure that those are disclosed, and we do not have to wait for the AG to then find such irregularities if they are there. So internal audit is there, auditing all the tenders that have been awarded, Chair, to avoid a situation where these are then picked up by the Auditor General. But the systems are there, Chair, to improve the processes to avoid or to prevent irregular expenditure. Thank you.
No, but why was the configuration not done all along? Just keep your mic on for the sake of moving forward. The necessary speed required.
Chair, I will also request the GSO to assist with that question from an ICT perspective.
GSO?
Thanks, Chair. So the build-up of systems is based on, we take total requirements and we implement systems in phases. So the first phase of implementation of Ariba was focused on the requirements around being able to do procurement less than 30,000 on the system. So we did that in the first year of implementation. Then the progressive next implementation was what the CFO is speaking to, which was all the tenders between 30,000 and 750,000, which used to be manual and submitted manual. We then got over the particular process, and where we are now is the management of the tenders. So we are now with the situation where we are implementing the advertisement of tenders on the system. With that, it includes the onboarding of the new contracts on the system, and this is where the requirements around having a functionality that tells you when tenders expire and automating the process back to tell the user when the tenders are going to expire. So that lies in the current phase that we are implementing. So at the moment, all tenders, supply chain has them as a database, and every time before 6 months, then they send manual notification to the group heads that the tenders are due to expire. But the automation of that lies in the third phase that we're implementing now, which is with the online submission of tenders. Thanks.
So you don't have to switch your mic off. So are you saying that you had prioritized tenders that are less than 30,000?
Yes, so what the city, progressively that is what we prioritize. We prioritize phases, and as I said, yeah, the first were quotations because that is the most, that is what supply chain had from the old e-procurement. So ARIPA came first to replace the old e-procurement, which was doing the less than 30,000. So there was the mode of prioritization that we agreed to with supply chain.
So what is the logic of prioritizing tenders that are of a lesser value when you do implementation where you should be focusing on the bigger value? I mean, we had a meeting here with the Auditor General where it was clear that the approach should always be to prioritize where there is more damage or potential for more damage. Why was the decision taken to say phase one will be from 0 to 30,000, as opposed to starting it the other way around, where actually the impact can be felt on the bottom line? Who took that decision, and what was the rationale for that?
Thank you, Chair. As I said, that the system that existed all along in the city was for bids less than 30,000. So when we started implementing the new ERP, we started with like-for-like replacement of what was there. So the simple decision of why we had to start with less than 30,000 is that was the existing system. So if you had started with tenders and you switch off that system, it means that even the whole of less than 30,000 will not have been automated. So simply put, the implementation of the ERP was to replace the like-for-like and progressively add the requirements of what you did not have.
Okay. Now, first phase, what was the deadline of the implementation of first phase, and what is the deadline of second phase? When was it supposed to start? Was there delays on that, or what exactly is happening here?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, it is a 3-year program. Just want to go back to the actual dates, but yes, the first in 2022, 2023 was the implementation of the less than 30,000, that's correct. Then the following year, 24 was then the implementation of the above. Now 23, 24 was the 30,000. Then the following year, 25 was the implementation of 30,000 to 750. And then the current year has been the implementation of onboarding the panels as well as the tenders. So we have already started with the first tenders. So the first tenders from Notice 12 were the first ones that we did fully on the system. So the current phase, which is the third phase, which speaks to tenders above 750, is due at the end of the year. And as Ntabing said, that already we started with the online SLAs and so on. That is currently in the third phase. There hasn't been a chair. What has been there is the slow adoption. So the timelines have been met, but in certain instances, because we're moving people from manual to automated, there has been slow adoption. The less than 30,000 is fully automated, so there are no manual things that are done for that. Between 30 and 750, almost all of those are now done on the system, but there were those where supply chain had impressed that they are agent and so on. So those, they allowed them to be done manually. The panels as well, we've done about 15 again. We do have instances where supply chain comes in and say, no, this tender is agent, it cannot be done on the system. And by exception, then they will run a parallel manual process as well as the system. But the idea, Chair, is that supply chain must fully on board on the system. So it's the same as going to be on the open tenders. We understand that not all of them will be done at once because some are highly complex and some you do deal with suppliers who struggle with a automated system. But the plan from supply chain is that fully the system from next year must be utilized. So Chair, what I can, in summary, I'm trying to separate between the project has been on track, but what we have been struggling with has been the adoption from users, which sometimes is understandable when you migrate over to IT systems. Thanks.
So we are coming to adoption. I do recognize your hand, Councillor Tsepo. But when you say at the end of the year, which year are you talking about?
The current financial year, 25.
The financial year or calendar year. It was important that you clarify those things correctly.
Financial year, as I said. Chair.
So from July.
From July, the supply chain will have full capability of the system. It is up to them to use the system, but the system will be fully usable.
No, you must not do that.
No,
we are going to have a problem.
No, I agree, Chair, because you had asked me, we produce systems for the city. Users decide how they use the system.
Who are the users?
The users in this case is supply chain management.
Okay.
They use the system.
Right. My problem starts there, because we are now coming to adoption. Now we need answers on adoption. To say, why are people now not utilizing the system that the city would have spent money on it so that it can do the actual flagging? Because also your answer on the complexity of the tenders, I don't buy it. Here is a system. You develop a system that says this is the date of the tender starting. This is a flagging system. You already tell it that, no, look, this tender, 6 months prior to it expiring, the system must indicate. How does the system indicate? It indicates via email or pop-up messages on people's screens, whatever the story may be. And then from there, it will now do a countdown. If you say you set it on weekly intervals or monthly intervals, then you set it so the alerts, now you are setting the intervals on the alerts. So we are not saying, it's not an actual tender and implementation that this is how tender itself is so complicated. So I don't get the emphasis you are putting on the complexity of the tender itself. Because every tender has its date of expiry. And then there will always be exceptions where there was a delay and then the appointment happened late and so on. But there is an exception, not necessarily the rule. So I have a fundamental problem with that. But also leaving it to chance that we develop a system, we give it to them, and then they must choose if they use the system. I don't think that is assisting the committee in its objectives. And I don't think we're taking cognizance of this. So the committee members should be working on the recommendations on the matter as we're doing deliberations. But the issue here, GSO, is why and which department or the issue of the adoption, the usage of the current system. Are we having any problems somewhere? Is everyone using that system, whichever panels that are available currently? Thanks. And then Councillor Tsepo will come in. I know his hand was up, and then we will have to pass some recommendations on this. We worked on fighting to get this report here. When it comes here, we are not passing it with just cognizance, as it may. We rather even put it that 1 May, they are coming to report on the completion. There was a matter that the acting CFO was answering to now. So they are coming to respond on that. And then from the financial year is coming now in June the 30th, which means the first meeting of July. Then there should be something that is reported in relation to all the panels now being live and all tenders, the system being ready to be flagged across. So let's discuss the issue of adoption. Councillor Tsep will come. Cheso?
Oh, okay. Chair, you're taking more. So yeah, Chair, let me just maybe explain the issue of the flagging, because the report is not called on the broader usage of ARIPA, and Tabiseng had asked me that let me give a broader a discussion on ARIPA. So the flagging system, there won't be any, because it's a functionality. I think it's just that the report is referring to the flagging system. ARIPA is a system, flagging is a functionality within a system. So that functionality, there is no way to opt out of it, and that is going to be done, and as Ntabiseng said, it is earmarked for May, and that functionality will be live on the system, and supply chain will be able to use it. Then, Chair, you asked about what were the timelines on the system, and I was trying to explain to you that the phases had different timelines. The under 30,000, between 30 and 750, above 750, which is the open tenders, as well as the panels, which is a procurement within already awarded tenders that are panel-based. So I was explaining that we had chosen a phased approach of this as opposed to, and I explained why the phased approach and why we started with less than 30,000, because that is less complex. It is not based on these bids that are 300 pages long, and suppliers must navigate to complete that. It's merely a quotation. People quote you, and also on the side of supply chain, they merely just check the price and award to the lowest. But as you move from 30,000 to 750, becomes a more complex way of supply chain. There's additional requirements that you must attach, proof of certification of the product, and so on. Right up until open tenders. Open tenders are more complex. You must submit documents. You must price, sometimes a pricing that is 30, 40 pages, depending on complexity of the tender. So that is why I said that we had then progressively said we are going to start with less complex up until we deal with the issues of open tenders. And then I spoke about adoption. That adoption at the end of the day depends on the user, which is supply chain, and Tabiseng can speak on that, because they then, as I said, that for example, if you take panels, the functionality is already there. But they will say, okay, here we have maybe, let's say, for example, comms. They have an opportunity to use the system, but they came to us and said they are running a procurement to award the New Year's Festival. They want to quickly do a manual system because of those particular reasons to accelerate the issue of the award, because there is an event happening at the end of the day. So they will have opted not to use the system and use the manual process. But I'm saying IT cannot decide on behalf of supply chain that no, you have to use it for that. So that's what I'm talking about, to say adoption, then we're driving it over. But I'm saying already under 30,000, there is no departure. That is on the system. Between 30,000 and 750, again, we've seen that there is increasing usage on that. Supply chain can speak if they're still doing any manual 750 there. On panels, as well as I said, there's already the report that I'm looking at here. It's already saying that 15 sourcing events have been done on panels. So again, we are seeing that there is increasing usage. Tenders above 750, as I said, notice 12 that was issued recently already, we are seeing that there's adoption. But the point, maybe supply chain will then need to come with the next report around how they are going to ramp up adoption of the system. So that is the decisions that have been taken together with business on how we roll out a system. But to answer on your issue of your functionality, there won't be any option to use or not that functionality of flagging the tenders that are expiring. Thank you.
Yeah, well, the supply chain is here. You may be answering in relation to the usage of the system or availability thereof of it, but the acting CFO must tell us whether people can just choose that we don't want to use the flagging system or a component of the system in its entirety. In this case, in particular, the flagging system, because I'm worried, Deputy Chief Whip, that we're going to have a report here where they are telling us that no, well, it's there. If they want to use it, they can use it. And then we don't have an affirmative answer from those that are in charge of the supply chain to say, this is the norm. There is scrutiny, in case you have not seen, and it starts here in Madang. The reason you are acting now is because the CFO is there in Madang. So before we have problems, we need to agree on how are we going to approve issues, because we are now working on drafting recommendations on this matter to resolve the matter. So please prepare yourself. We are not willing to walk out of here with an answer that the system is available. Those who want to use it must use it. Those who are not, it's okay, and so on. Because we want to bind you to using this system. Because we paid for it, and someone charged us for it. And we are not living here without an affirmative. This is a report that if we are getting stuck, let's get stuck. But the money of the city is at stake here. And we can't allow for an answer. And I get where you're answering from as someone who is answering on behalf of the availability of the system. But now we need an affirmative and an undertaking from those and the powers that be. There was a hand of Tsepo, followed by the hand of Councillor Marshani, Deputy Chief Whip, then followed by Councillor Peter Sutton, and then the last hand then would be from Councillor Randall. We need to get to the bottom of this. Councillor Tsepo?
Thanks a lot. I'll be very short, Chairperson. First one, Chairperson, is the risk involved. We have been here in MPEC. We know that sometimes when they are adjudicating these tenders, sometimes it takes longer, or there are challenges where they have to redo the change, re-advertise. This 6-month standard, is there a risk analysis around it? How far do we go in saying this is a 5-year tender? Is this real? Right of saying 6 months, can't we say 12 months before? Is it a standard that says it has to be 3 months towards the end? And the next thing, we start adjudicating the standard, there are challenges, and then we don't have enough time. For the huge tenders, I think we need to look into the 6 months as far as risk mitigation is concerned. Get to see where this thing of standardizing the time should be really relative to the risk of the tender. Maybe it should be reflect maybe 9 months before for some tenders, 12 for some tenders, and for those low risk can be 3 months, 6 months. And that's the first comment and question that I want to do. And number two, we don't run the city on, the Editor General does not audit us on discretion. You can't have a city that where people choose what to do and when not to do. There must be operation standard that they are following. If we adopt, like the employees, the job seekers of Tshwane, they use that e-procurement. It's troublesome, that procurement. I tried it myself. It needs a lot of things. But the people who are entrepreneurs, who have administrators, businesses, who have secretariats and content and big industries, who have all the capacities, you think you need to be lenient with them to say that they might not be ready to use the system? No, every time, where we have to apply a book online, they told us that from tomorrow you are booking online, we booked online. It should be a government decision to say that we are turning e-procurement. And if you want to do business with the city, you better start learning on how to implement our systems. Because they want business from the city. They should integrate themselves, create a platform where they can come and learn and be taught to be able to use the city. But you cannot run the city on discretion. If we are saying making a business decision to say from the 1st of what we'll be implementing this program, it means that everybody, every employee, everybody in the system must be ready to integrate. But this is the discussion thing. It's slowing everything down and it's not going to get ready on it. Thanks a lot, Chairperson.
Deputy
No, thank you very much, Chair. The sooner we finish, the better, so that if one's name is mentioned that side, they don't look for you while you are nearby.
And you are both streamlined.
Yes, Chair. So we must finish quickly. At least they must strive to find those that they will be looking for. Chair, it took me time to adjust to the world of WhatsApps and so on. If I can tell you, when I joined Facebook, you will not believe. Now, one of the reasons at some point that there was a problem of the number of people employed and the management of overtime, especially around political offices. It was lack of management in terms of monitoring and evaluation and especially monitoring around the issues. And there was a decision made, and it was made administratively. That is why if you go around departments, especially the political offices, you find that there's a component of HR, and specifically for those reasons, to manage issues of overtimes and so on and so forth. I find it very difficult that today we're still talking about, in this day and age where IT, AI is the in thing, we're still talking about a supply chain that doesn't have that particular component within it. It tells me that we don't want to resolve this problem. Let's have component of IT within a supply chain that will deal with this issue. It must reside there. It must belong to supply chain, so that we go beyond this donkey method age. Because nowadays there's nothing that you can do besides having this system. So my suggestion is that let's put a decision, or let's make a recommendation. IT must reside somewhere in supply chain, because we're going to find ourselves going up and down between GSO, CFO, and also supply chain at some point. So let's try to resolve this issue so that we go beyond this hazard. They've got their own IT that deals with their affairs, the manner in which it suits their systems there, so that we don't have to have these struggles going forward. Oh, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Peter, then followed by Councillor Randa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just a few observations, and I agree with all the previous speakers, and I just want to add this section. And I don't want to focus too much on Musa, because he stated that their job in IT is to put the system in place. He did use the words to say whether they use it or not, but I don't think that's too much of the issue that I want to focus on Musa. What I do want to say, and what I agree with the previous speakers, is the management and control environment is the responsibility of management. It's not the responsibility of IT, it's the responsibility of management, and management should set that tone. You get told this is the control environment that you will follow. That's the policy. And I would like to hear from management, because supply chain is a division of finance. They don't get to decide whether they want to do something or not. The city manager gets to decide what the control environment in this city will be, and that gets flown through the management, and that's what needs to be operated on. So I think we do need clearer and more direct leadership in this regard, because if the system functionality is there and it can improve the control environment, it must become mandatory to use. That's the first one. The second point that I want to make is that we know that historically in this city, Metro Police has not formed part of finance's supply chain. They run their own supply chain system and process. Metro Police has their own supply chain. Considering the developments of recent events and whatever, how will this system also now include and be rolled out to Metro Police? What is the plan to centralize that, or is there a plan to centralize it? Are we going to leave them separate with Metro Police? And just to put context into this, Metro Police historically have argued that a lot of their supply chain matters are confidential and can't be shared, it can't be shared publicly, which, from the environment I can understand. But will the system also cater for Metro Police? And then Councillor Marashani spoke about IT that needs to be set in finance. And I just want to use an interesting observation on how things are changing. If you look at an audit firm like PwC, Deloitte, KPMG, the big audit firms, the most people or the largest quantity of their staff nowadays are not chartered accountants, they are IT people. And before a major audit takes place, PwC sends in an IT contingent to go test the control environment from an IT perspective before they send in, because as mentioned by all the speakers in different words, the control environment is decided by management, and you don't get a choice whether you want to follow that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brandon.
Yes, Chair, if I may, then introduce an additional recommendation to this item, and not just for us to take cognizance, if I'm allowed. So my second recommendation, or additional recommendation, just short and simple, an updated report to impact on the implementation of the online tendering and contract management on SAP Ariba by the impact meeting of June 2026. Proposed by myself, seconded by Councillor Sempeng.
Okay, we will come there because there is other inputs that an input on the implementation. So there's going to get an updated report. I agree on that. There is a module that is coming now, end of April, or is it end of May? It's end of May, but June, the report can come. Then number 2 is on the issue. We need to hear from supply chain. Basically finance. But if you want the GSO to speak prior, it's okay if there is anything for him to respond to. So we know on the issue of the system and its availability, or performance of the system itself, and we are done there. Then we can now move on to hard commitments from supply chain and generally finance. Jesu, you want to wrap up?
Thanks. Chair, I think there was one question from Councillor Sutton. Yes, the system will be utilized by all departments. So as it is under 30,000, all departments that do RFQs, the same we did with 750 tenders. So the same will be with open tenders. It will be all departments in the city that will use.
Thank you. You may interview acting CFO.
Chair, as finance and STM, we don't have a choice, but we do need to use the system, and I do agree with
Sorry, can you repeat what you were saying?
I'm saying, Chair, we do not have objection on the system. We will be using the system as soon as the system is ready. We are told that it will be ready 1 July. So my suggestion will be that we come back to the committee with a report post-implementation of the system. And I do also agree with the suggestion from Councillor Khasa concerning the warning to be extended from 6 months to 12 months. I think it will help a lot, because sometimes with the 6 months it's not sufficient to complete some of the tenders. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, so I was hoping you will tell me that, no, Chair, we are going to be making this mandatory, like that kind of language. Not we don't object. But be that as it may, we just needed the post of management that they are going to be dealing with the issue, like not that we are requiring them to say something, but rather them saying, we hear your concerns and this is what we're going to do now. As opposed to you merely responding that you don't object to us. But be that as it may, because the language matters. Even when you speak to officials and you are suggestive in nature, those officials are going to suggestively address the issues as well with their subordinates. And when you look back, no one is going to be dealing with that. So you should be telling me that you are going to issue a memo, you are going to compel everyone to do it, then you will put the controls in place. That should be coming from you. To say when we report, we're hoping that there should be, because your language, your body language will tell us, acting CFO, if really you are as committed as us in this matter. And I can tell you, it leaves less to be desired in terms of how you are responding, man. You are not affirming or giving us that undertaking from a bold position that you are going to do everything you can to ensure that this thing is done as it's supposed to be done. And then the issue of the report back, we need it in June, because in June is when the module according to the GSO is going to be live. In July, you can come and report the uptake. How are people able to, if they're interacting in a manner that you would have directed, unless if your time frames are not aligned. Because what the GSO was saying, it seemed to suggest that in June we can get some form of a report on the readiness of the system to be used. In July, we should be then coming back and say there's been an uptake and it seems that there is more and more usage of it. But we are not affirming anything, acting CFO, that you are going to grab this bull by the horn.
Chair, we are 110% on board. The system is reconfigured with supply chain being the drivers of how the system should work. So there's no ICT, there's no supply chain. We all in the same space. We all want to make sure that the system assists us in terms of dealing with the current problems that we're having, issues such as the record keeping. We're having problems with that, and that results into audit finding. Issues such as SLA, tenders that are going through without SLA. So the system, as far as we are concerned from supply chain chair, will help SCM chair to ensure that our processes are much better than what we are working under chair. So 100% we are on board. Thanks, Chair.
Someone is not convinced. Maybe I'm from a different school of thought. See, well, our personalities are different, but yeah, see,
yes, no. Chairperson, one doesn't always want to jump in because the managers are there. They are here in the meeting, and the GSO is correct. We've been running with this system since the beginning of the year on the 750. But there is a date, Chairperson and members of the impact. That date is the 1st of July. There is a date. There is no way that we are going to fix supply chain and we do not automate it. No way. That does not exist. We are learning the hard lessons. We see it on television. Automation in all of our processes is what is going to happen. And the 1st of July is the date. So you will get the report exactly, Chair, as you have
in June, and then in July, in respect of any gremlins that may or may not be in the system and so on. But I want to be very clear that there is a date, 1 July. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you. I think we must extend the lease to Madlanga so things can start moving with the speed at which they are moving. But on a serious note, thank you, colleagues. I think what the exercise we were trying to do was to put the necessary emphasis on the matter. So I'm going to request that we get a 5-minute break so we can refine the resolutions quickly, or recommendations as it may, and then in 5 minutes we're able to come back and process this report, and then as well as the few other reports that are here, excluding the Section 32 reports. We know that it's almost lunchtime. We need to move with the speed required so that we can release you. And then we can always come back with the redacted number of officials and deal with the Section 32. I'm sure there is much to be done. No, Section 32 will deal with it in a smaller, but we'll deal with the remainder of the few that is here. And I don't think it will take time. So 5 minutes, colleagues. We are back at 12:46. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. If we may settle down. Right. Thank you, colleagues. I think we managed to find each other in terms of the recommendations. So we will entertain the recommendations from the floor and then proceed with the with disposing of the report before us. So, Councillor Randall, or
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. So we've all come to agreement as impact that we want to recommend the following additional recommendations. So it will replace the current one that we only take cognizance. The first additional recommendation on 1 July, all tenders must be online and flagging system must be fully implemented and automated. 2, all tenders flagged must start alerting the CM, CFO and relevant departments on 12 months, 9 months, 6 months, and a monthly report and weekly, in brackets, in the last month of the tender expiring or the contract expiring. Recommendation 3, additional recommendation 3, that all officials use the fully automated system and that consequence management be implemented if they deviate from the system. And the last one, the fourth one,
I have about 11 reports to dispose of. I don't think they're going to be that tricky or difficult to get through. So we're going to report number 9. It's from the Office of the Chief Whip Department, a report on the expenditure on the performance of the Office of the Chief Whip for Q2. Is it the one that you, Jesu? Is it the report that you said you should entertain next time, or is it that we should defer? Or is it in committee? Okay. No, that's okay then. This is the report from the Chief Whip Department. The report is found on page 762 to 780 with recommendations on page 780. Is there any comments here? We're good. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go to report number 12 on the consolidated agenda. The report is from Group Financial Service Department, the Capital Budget Performance Report as at 30 June 2024. Is found on page 794 to page 889 with recommendations on page 805. Comments, inputs, Councillor Mabusela, Councillor Randall. That's the first and last round. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to go through this report in relation to those 2 questions I wanted to ask. But the first one is in relation to page 279. This is in relation to housing company Swan. I'm not sure whether they are here to respond here, but I just want to bring it to the attention of the committee. If you look into the statement of financial position and also the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and the irregular relates to the recurring expenditure from the security panel. And then the composition of the panel was declared irregular as the supply chain management division did not effectively manage the bid submission register to ensure that all the bids received were recorded in a bid submission instead of visitor or client register. And all those companies here that are listed, all of them are security companies, which including the amount of irregular. So the question that I wanted to pose to them was that what is the mitigation around these particular matters, because if you check the expiry date of the contract, starting with the first company, is it Ilcon Security Group? It is going to be expiring on the 30th of October 2026. Then you have Triotic Protection Services as well, which is going to be expiring on the 30th November 2026. And the question is that if this is not being dealt with immediately, will be recurring irregular expenditure, and the amount might be escalating, and then we need to proactively deal with these matters to ensure that even when Auditor General comes, he finds us that we have already dealt with the issue. So I wanted to get the response as to what is the plan in place to deal with this, and secondly, did this irregular expenditure been declared officially? And in terms of Section 32, are we going to be able, as MPEC, to be investigating them? And as to when are we going to do that? Because we need to investigate as MPEC. And secondly is the issue of the terminated or abandoned project. What is the total value of project that were terminated or abandoned? The annexure mentioned terminated contract. E.g. Boysen Reservoir contract terminated is in page 861. Caledonian Stadium terminated, page 873. The report does not aggregate the financial loss from this termination. If we can get this to response on the two matters that we raise, I think we are going to be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I think I'm mostly covered by my colleague here. I also wanted to raise the same. Let me just highlight what is very concerning, and it goes back to our additional recommendations on the previous report. Only 52 out of 142 projects reported in June achieved their planned targets. 90 projects were delayed in terms of meeting their planned milestones, and the two major reasons: limited financial capacity of the contractor and poor performance by contractors. So it shows you how important it is that we get the contract management issues sorted out. And I think there's an item later on the Caledonian Stadium, and here they are highlighted as where the contractor had limited financial capacity and it could not proceed with this project. And later on we will deal with it, but it's just interesting to note that Caledonian Stadium is amongst one of these projects that were not achieved and delayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Responses? Comments?
Good afternoon, Chair. I will respond to the Voices project, and I will allow my colleague from CSD to respond to the Caledonian Stadium project. Chair, this was the report as at end of June 2024. The Voices project, we followed the provisions of the contract that was signed between the department or the city and the contractor, and we went through the formal process of termination as a result of poor performance by the contractor. They were given opportunities to rectify the performance on site, and until we got to a point of termination. Post-termination and finalization of that process, we've taken the process further, and we are following a legal or a litigation process where we are claiming their retention as well as their performance guarantee to cover the losses that would have been suffered by the city as a result of the project remaining incomplete and allowing us a process to appoint a new contractor. As we speak, we have since then appointed a consultant to undertake an assessment in terms of the remaining milestones to complete the project. We have already gone out on a procurement process, and a new tender is under evaluation for us to appoint a new contractor. We already have a court date set in terms of the claim against the performance guarantee. As the previous contractor, we found out that there were some irregularities in terms of the performance guarantee that they submitted to the city. So we are implementing fully the provisions of the contract that we had signed with the contractor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other response to your matters?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On the Caledonian project, it was halted in 2013. That's when it was initially cancelled. We then had an arbitration process that lasted until February last year, and it was then officially cancelled then. And post that, we also impaired part of the expenditure that was spent there, and that a portion of it also was written off. So now the project is at a consultation stage because we are looking into having it commercialized. So as it is now, the project is sitting with property management for the consultation process that has to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, as recommended. Okay, there is a hand. Yes, yes.
Sorry, man. I'm not sure. Do we have people from HCT? Because we asked the question of irregular expenditure of their. Is their report, by the way, is contained here in terms of this security company, 11 of them that contribute to irregular expenditure of how much? Is it how much? Is it 5 million or 5 billion? I'm not good with numbers. 5 million. So where are they? Are they here to respond, or what's going on? And the second question I raised specifically is this: what is the total value of projects that were terminated or abandoned during the year? The annexure here mentions terminated contract, and they are listing them. It is on page 861 and page 871. Want to know what is the value. And if there is no an answer now, Chair, it's fine. We can wait for an answer to the next MPEC meeting, but not just, we can't accept a silent. Please.
Thank you. Response?
Let me take it, Chair. Thank you. We will submit a detailed report through our PMU unit on the full value, contract value of the terminated project as at end of June 2024, unless the committee would like also for 2024-2025, because there's another follow-up financial year post June 2024. HCT is not in the meeting, Chair. May I also request that you submit a formal response? We will send them the request from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. As
Yes.
recommended?
Yes, Chair. Can Secretariat please note them as such?
Noted. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move to report number 13 in the consolidated agenda, or indexed as it may. So the report is from Group Financial Services, the report on ROC 05-2024/2025, Agenda for the Supply Chain, Delivery, Horticulture, and Urban Forestry Equipment Machinery. Deliberations. Questions? Yes, Councillor Randa.
It's just two quick remarks, Chair. Excuse and pardon my ignorance, but why is there a 30% markup? And Rock Engineering Africa, I see they are situated in Clarksworth, there by Roslyn. They are providing steel pipes, aluminium to the mining industry. So I'm so glad that we're expanding the skills of these business I hope it was a learning curve for them to assist us with horticulture and urban forestry equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. There was only input or question. Who's taking it?
Chair, SPM will assist.
Okay. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'll deal with the issue of the markup of 30%. When we were finalizing the tender on the BAC, the tender was actually referred back for price negotiation. We had to go to the manufacturers to get the original prices and the acceptable prices on negotiation. It was 30% from the OEM. So that's what actually we have agreed, and when we present the report back to BAC.
Thank you. Answer comment? Thank you, colleagues. Report number 14 is from the Office of the Executive Mayor Department, and then is the 2025-2026 financial year quarter 2 of the Executive Mayor Performance Report. The report is on page 895 to page 898 with recommendations on 898. Inputs, questions, deliberations. Councillor Mayor, Councillor Randall. Please proceed in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. All looks quite well except for one thing that directly impacts ward councillors particularly, and that is RCFs. RCFs were established for a reason, and the idea of a RCF was it to be a Section 80 committee. It is a slap in the face of a ward councillor and that of its residents in the ward that got them elected. When a ward councillor attends the RCF and the MMC does not arrive at all. No prior notice, nothing. You wait for an hour because it said that the MMC is on their way for no one to pitch. It's an hour wasted in already tight schedules of especially ward councillors. PR councillors, they normally have day jobs as well. And they also need to attend the RCFs. Their time is also wasted. But ward councillors are directly required to report to residents. And RCFs are exactly those committees that are there for ward councillors to go through reports specifically on the regions that affect their wards, as well as raise long outstanding issues with the MMC as well as the officials of the region. We are sitting with power outages for 5 to 10 days plus, some even 20. We don't have the opportunity at the RCF to discuss this. So I think this is a very serious matter. It's undermining the electorate, whichever political party you are from, and it's undermining ward councillors. And this has to be seriously taken up in Mako, and the mayor has to seriously see this as a big red flag, that this should not be allowed. If Section 79 can sit, the RCFs can sit to resolve service delivery issues of wards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chair, I'm 100% covered. I had the same argument that I wanted to put out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who will be responding to that?
Yes, Chairperson.
Sit.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. I think the point is very well made. As you would be aware, the Office of the Executive Mayor is responsible for facilitating the meetings, but ultimately we do not have full control over whether the MMCs attend those meetings, which is not to dodge the bullet on my part, but rather to say that we have escalated this matter within the Mako, and this matter has been discussed with the Executive Mayor as well. because I think we very much understand the importance of RCF meetings and the important role that they play in engaging with councillors and that link between councillors and the administration. So from the Office of the Executive Mayor side, we have put additional measures in place to ensure that there can be no excuse for non-attendance, but at the same time that the Executive Mayor is taking that up with the MMCs themselves to make sure that we are apprised of any developments that may impact on their attendance, and that if it needs to be rescheduled, that we do so in advance. So just to reiterate that we really do take this matter seriously, and we are seeing how that matter can be addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. We'll go to report number 21. No, my apology. Number 25. No, 15. Hey, it means I'm running here. I've already ticked 15 off. So I can just say it's recommended. Okay. So it's from the Office of the Speakers in Oversight report on the request to write off unidentified open assets under construction upgrade of the Caledonian Stadium project. The report is on 899 to 906 with recommendations on 905. Deliberations, questions, comments. Councillor Randall, Councillor Mayor, that's it. Thank you. You may proceed, Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to refer to the 2 page numbers that I made notes of. Page 901. In terms of the retention and guarantee, the wording bothers me. It says city may recover 10.971 million from the contractor. I'm not comfortable with the word may. If we can maybe consider a stronger word there. 10 million is not small change. And then on page 903, some very important observations and recommendations is that the department has not provided enough evidence or an explanation of steps taken to recover expenditure in question prior to reaching a decision that the expenditure should be written off. The important factor here is on the annexures, there's no SLA between the city, the contractors, and Molokadi and the MPP consortium. The third interesting remark concerning that in the report, the department ignored clause 27.2 of the Joint Building Contract Commission, which entitles the employer to recover costs in case where contract terminated due to the contractor defaulting. And I want to really strongly urge the impact members to support the recommendation that it be referred to group audit and risk for further investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Chairperson, thank you. I think Councillor Randall read my mind. It was exactly what I wanted to raise, but we're waiting from the report that will come, the investigation that will be done. And once the report comes back, we can then interrogate it fully. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now entertain the responses from the officials responsible.
Thank you, Chair. We like to agree with the councillor that the usage of the word may doesn't sound strong and it be replaced. That we accept. And then also that, in terms of this report, an observation was made that there's a request for return of, but then hence we said we need to refer back this report for further investigation. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, colleagues. As recommended. Right, thank you, colleagues. We'll now move to page 21, page 4 of the Consolidated Index, but report number 25. It is from the Office of the Speaker. It's an oversight report on the supply chain deviation for 2024-2025 financial year. The report is found on page 5 to page 13, with recommendations on page 13. Deliberations, questions, comments, going once, going twice. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. Going to report number 26 is from the Energy and Electricity Department, and it is a progress report on the installation of the electricity management devices to registered indigent, amnesty, debt relief, and area approved accounts. The report is found on page 13 to page 22, with recommendations on page 22. Comments, questions, deliberations, going once, going twice, or once, twice. Tade Mayor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just noticed in the report that mention was made that they wanted to install prepaid meters for some of these indigent households, and that they were sort of chased away and they're too scared to put it in. It makes me wonder, why don't people want to install prepaid meters? They get this for free. Is there any tampering done, or what is the reason behind it? They say, or someone mentioned, they can't get into the property. I think we should do something about this, that we get these meters installed. It's very important so that we can actually monitor the usage as well, and the money we spent on the indigents, on specific electricity. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor. We had electricity here earlier. Okay, thank you. I was not spotting the doctor in Tom. You may proceed, Minier.
Yes, my name is Philip, the writer from Managing Electricity. Dr. Alcorin just stepped out now. With regard to the intimidation, is quite rife in the townships. So when we go for the installations, then community quickly mobilize and say we don't want these prepaid meters. Then we are forced to withdraw the chips. And so we have indicated, I think, in Table 6, where we say we're experiencing a lot of number of intimidations and also the refusals. We are experiencing a challenge. We have to record it. Thank you.
So you're saying the community does not want the prepaid meters, the installation of the prepaid meters?
Actually, these are the people who had the prepaid meters before, but they were bypassed, and then the council did give them the amnesty, and so the report is mentioned amnesty and debt relief applicants. So we were going there to normalize these meters, which means the meters currently are bypassed. So when we normalize, we put a new meter, and then so that they can be able to buy electricity. So they did have prepaid meters.
Well, we'll entertain the hand of Councillor Peter and then Councillor Masuku.
Thank you. I think we should put it a little bit more in perspective. Firstly, there are people in many cases, there are activists, and there's one specific person in the city that runs around to tell people not to take the prepaid meters because it is common knowledge that we have credit control implemented with prepaid meters. So, for instance, where you don't pay for property rates taxes, money gets deducted off your prepaid. Now, a lot of these cases, people don't pay for other services. So they don't pay for waste or property rates or aspects like that, and then they get that money deducted. So that's one of the reasons. And the second point that I want to make is that we spoke about this principle earlier, Chair. It's not for people to decide the policy of the city, and we can't have our officials chased out of areas because community members threaten them. And I have mentioned this before to management, and I will say it here again, and where individuals sweep up communities not to pay for electricity or to take prepaid meters, and they threaten our officials, we should really start considering taking legal action against those individuals. Because the prepaid meters is a policy of council that has been adopted by council, and it must be implemented. This thing that there's no-go areas and officials have to, run away for fears, and that we grant people amnesty, and then we must withdraw those amnesty that has been granted in this case. But it's very concerning that the situation will not improve if we leave this, and it will get worse. Because as people learn that this is working, more and more people are going to start employing this tactic. And we also need to protect our officials. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Was it Rwanda? Masuku. Oh, yes.
Chair, with an issue of officials being chucked out of the townships wanting to assist community, it's a problem of so-called civic movements in our areas. Like Councillor Sutton is saying, we must take action against such individuals because we know who they are. They come and attend our council meetings. They go outside and start to make money out of pensioners, saying that they are community leaders. Secondly, the issue of communication among departments, customer service, finance, and prepaid metering sections. They should have a one common approach in assisting communities in installing the prepaid meters. Because as councillors, we're hearing this today, tomorrow you assist community, tomorrow the persons are not being assisted with prepaid meters. So let's have a common approach and implement things accordingly, because we are just going to be looking for people to pay rent, but we are not assisting them accordingly. I would end by saying that. Thank you.
Let's be careful. Sanko is going to fight you. Sanko is going to fight you. Okay. Was there someone saying something? Or was it a response? Okay. We'll give the officials an opportunity to then respond to the inputs that were, of course, then deposited by the committee members, or the questions thereof.
The inputs are noted. I have to also emphasize we are working with the ward councillors, just and that it does get tougher when we go out after we get a go ahead from the ward councillors, when we go to the community, the state chairs us back. We do take note of communications to improve, also to engage with the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. As recommended. Thank you, colleagues. We'll move to report number 27. Is the Regional Operations and Coordinating Department, Municipal Swimming Pool under Regional Operators and Coordination. The report is found on page 23 to 30 with recommendations on page 30. Deliberations, questions, inputs. Councillor Mayor and Councillor Mayor. Thank you.
Chairperson, we would just like to find out what the income is and how that works for additional buildings and properties on the same property as a pool, such as the chart from Furion, for instance, as a gym that is being rented out. Does that the income generated from that facility, is it included in the pool, or is it managed by group property itself and a separate lease agreement, separate systems and separate everything. Pertaining to the chlorine gas issue, I see the report indicates that there's only 2 manufacturers. I do not completely agree with it, but I'll need to double check my fact checks. I believe there are more manufacturers that do manufacture, and even if that is the case, at this point in time, if the supplier cannot supply the city, they will need to make a plan, as the manufacturer might not have, but there might be other suppliers that do have in stock. It cannot be that we are losing almost 100,000 rand easily when the pools have to shut down due to a lack of chlorine gas. It's money that is desperately needed in the city. We cannot afford any losses. And I still am of the opinion that our contractors, whoever's got the contract, has to be held liable and has to be made sure to say that you've got the tender to supply and you've got to supply, unless it is really a scarce item or a scarce product. But then other rules should apply in any case if there are only one supplier nationally or one supplier internationally. And there's different supply chain rules, I believe, that apply. So I'm not in full agreement with the chlorine gas, and I want to find out if there are mitigating factors for this to prevent this in future, as I do believe suppliers, as I've seen in the letter as well, do send their letters and information. I run a little coffee shop, and my supplier always lets me know when they're going to run out of stock so that I can prepare.
So what do you suggest we do? Because I do get the point, but the recommendations here, we'll just see the report out of the window. So maybe think about why do we resolve the report, or how do we resolve the report? Because we hear your points, but at the end of the day, if we just dispose of the report without anything, then it becomes a bit of a challenge. Before Councillor Mayor at the back, I'll take Councillor Madonze. Maybe he's adding on this one, and then Councillor Mayor, you'll wrap it up on your side.
No, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up in terms of that, because of, although we've got 2 companies that are providing the chlorine gas, but then in terms of the report, it's saying that by the 31st of January 2026, that issue was solved. So I was just making a follow-up point in terms of we don't have a problem with the chlorine gas. But the other issue that I wanted maybe officials to indicate in terms of non-paying swimming pools, is there any possibility of us maybe getting a third party to assist in terms of generating income? Because when I check here, we're making a loss in terms of profit, in terms of all, whether it's paying or non-paying swimming pools, but there's no profit that we're getting as a city. I pause.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor at the back.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is also on the chlorine gas. If it's true that we've only got 2 suppliers, I believe it's a very specialized item then. My question is, why do we make use of middlemen? Municipal Enterprise and Pulamen Investments. I just see it as it raises a cost to the city. Why can't we purchase directly from these 2 companies, or these 2 manufacturers? I believe we need to save costs, and if this is in terms of supply chain management policy, I believe if it's a specialized item, we can deal directly with the suppliers or the manufacturers. If I can get an answer on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now entertain the responses.
Chairperson, Wouter Kukumur from the Rock Department, Director. To answer the first questions or respond to that, yes, the income that was given that do include everything, including the rental. The other question was, yes, there's only the two manufacturers. We thought we had a third one. We looked at it and only find that they're also coming or getting from NCP Chlorocam, which is about 90% of the market. So we have been liaising with them on a continual basis and to try and get them. The problem is about the 75 kilogram cylinders that's in the market. The problem is around that. There's limited stock of them, and we have. They see that there's a lot of demand from the market, not just from City of Tshwane. And in the last month or so, with specifically the other companies, Protea, we were successful for them. It seems that there were cylinders that they could recover or revise. I don't know what technically, but they could make more cylinders available. So for the month of March, we almost had no problems with its cylinders. But it's an ongoing process and liaison. Group Head did engage and see if what would be the response from the manufacturers themselves. It would seem from the discussions that they had that they're reluctant. They only want to work through the service providers that the city that works as a middleman for the city. So, Chairperson, I think I've tried my best to cover all the points that were made.
Well, you've gotten the responses. How do we dispose of the report? As recommended? Okay, thank you, colleagues. We'll move to report number 28. So, Water and Sanitation Department report on the midterm progress report for the 25-26 on the installation of water. Report on page 31 to 35 with recommendations on page 35. We'll be left with two reports after this one. Then we can all head home or to our offices or have lunch, whatever that you'll be doing afterwards. Right. Comments, inputs, questions, going once, going twice. Thank you, colleagues. As recommended. Thank you. I want to draw your attention to report number 29. It's from the Office of the Speaker, Department, and the Office of the Speaker Midterm Performance Report of Council and Section 79 committees for the year 2025-2026 financial year. The report is found on page 46 to page 50 with recommendations on page 50. Comments, inputs, questions, going once, going twice. Thank you very much, councillors. As recommended. Thank you very much. We are going to the second supplementary agenda. The report is report number 32. The report is from Group Financial Service Department, quarter 1 of 25-26, employee-related cost report in line with the Section 66 of Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act number 56 of 2003, MFMA in brackets. The report is found on page 5 to page 13 with recommendations on page 13. Do we have questions? Do we have inputs? Do we have anything to deliberate on? Going once, going twice. Thank you very much, councillors, as recommended. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think this brings us to the end of today's meeting. Huh? Number 35 as well. Can't wait. Okay, report number 35. Yeah. The report, colleagues, is from Health Department. It's a progress report on the review of the community-orientated substance use program service delivery model towards internalization, stroke insourcing of the services. The report is found on page 29 to page 44, with recommendations on page 44. The report is hereby tabled, colleagues. Do we have any inputs, deliberations, comments? We have two hands up, Councillor Mayor and Councillor Randall. Shoot.
Oh, I must go first. Chair, yes. Thank you so much. I want to share with you that myself and Councillor Mayor visited the campus at Steve Biko 2 weeks ago. We engaged with the professor or doctors there involved in COSAP. And yes, we are one of, or it might be we are the only municipality involved in this program, and it's really very good to note. But yes, the challenge, Chairperson, we heard that there is a lot of challenges, not only the financial restraints that we have in terms of our situation. We're giving currently, I think the budget allocated is 33 million to support COSAP, and the SLA will then expire, I think, December. So here's one of the main issues, and let's look at methadone. Now, methadone is a opioid treatment. It's for a drug user that overdoses, so you give him methadone. But here's the catch. It is on the essential medicine list as a tertiary hospital short-term treatment. So you treat the person who overdosed for 7 days with this methadone. Now, for our clinics, we will not have access to that because at the moment it's only the Sefaku Makatu Medical University and Steve Biko that can make this available. I'm just mentioning this one. I don't want to get too technical, but I'm very worried that we are even considering taking this over and taking full responsibility as a metro of this important program out there. With regards to PEPFAR funding from the American USA, we've already seen HIV and a lot of other NGOs closing down because there's just no funding. We need to be very careful if we would consider taking this upon ourselves and not be too hasty to make that decision and take all of these challenges into account, because it's nobody else than that person on the street that's going to suffer, that's going to die, because we will not be able to get methadone. He will only have a 7-day treatment and then we're done. So we're only going to help him until we stabilize him after overdosing, and we're going to send him back to the street. We don't have pharmacists, we don't have social workers, we don't have the plan to prescribe methadone because it is on the essential medicine list. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. My concern is that this will have a massive financial implication on the city that I do not think we've got the appetite for at this point in time. We need to look at the core functions of a municipality in terms of the constitution and what we are supposed to do in terms of basic service delivery. Let's first get our basic service delivery right and on point before we look at other programs that we want to absorb that are, in my opinion, functioning quite well with the support that they have and capacity that they have. If it was something that is not managed well at all, and there are findings, and it was mentioned that certain committees running, by all means, consideration should be given. But at this point in time, I think we should be very careful in terms of financial capacity that the city is limited to, and then further to the capacity of human resources, because you'll need a lot of bodies to make sure that this program runs smoothly and continues to service the people the way it should. I'm talking about doctors, social workers, psychologists, pharmacists. It's massive. It's a massive program that we need to take over. And the city does not have the institutional advantages that some institutions like universities has in terms of the advantages of using your students to the advantage of such a program, and to also advance research. The city doesn't have research facilities and research capabilities similarly to universities. That's why universities are established as well. With those points, I do think those are the critical points. I would have liked to see the comments of the financial officer to outline what the financial implication would be to the city on a long-term basis when this program is being absorbed. That's it all from me.
Oh, thank you. There is a means it's child. Okay, so we'll entertain the responses from the department, but yeah, you can answer on behalf of the people. Proceed.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. I take it the two councillors just raised some serious questions. We currently not at the stage where we're recommending any particular model, but rather we are just investigating what is likely possible or not possible. And once the process is finally done and presented at EXCO and NECO, such a recommendation will be made whether we continue with the current model, obviously taking into account a number of issues that would come form as a result of our scientific methodology that we have adopted in the review. Thanks, Chairperson. I don't want to be too technical. There's so many technical issues that they raise. Thanks.
Yeah. No, thanks. I mean, I think from where we sit in the study is ongoing. We're playing around with models. So I think let's allow it to be what it is, because eventually there's going to be a report before us that we need to decide on. I think the concerns should be noted and minuted as required, and then we see afterwards that, when that report finally comes, what is then the appetite of the committee and so on. So I would then leave it there as recommended. Thank you, colleagues. Calling of reports. Is there any councillor that has got any report to be called? Right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Calling of a report. Subject: calling of a report to determine the process that is followed when compiling a report for MPAC. Motivation: to understand how official committee reports are compiled. What must be reported on? What is the official process that must be followed when the report is being compiled? Which policy, legislation, bylaw, council regulation, resolution, or internal procedure governs the process? Copies be attached. Who is responsible for each stage of the process, from initiations to final? What policy or procedure exists for declaring conflict of interest? At what point must officials declare a conflict of interest? What happens if an official fails to declare a conflict of interest, which measures are in place to prevent interference. Who must report city manager by the May 2026 MPAC meeting? Why is a report on the subject matter necessary? MPAC to have knowledge of the process of the report before it gets to MPAC, proposed by myself, Councillor Karabo Silfeng, seconded by Councillor Tsepo Kati.
Thank you very much. The second report, if any.
No, I just wanted to remind Councillor Silfeng, we agreed that he must call a report on the performance of Kaizer Chiefs.
Strategic one.
The city can do only so much, they can't perform miracles.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much. The report is hereby called. The Secretariat will process the report. Anything else? Anyone else? Thank you very much, colleagues. I would like to thank you for coming and forming part of today's meeting. Be well and buy data stream nicely.